Boom,
Hey,
boom, bam. Go ahead, Jody.
hey, everybody in chat. Hey, Stan, and we got Danny up here. Danny Stone Outdoors. I'm out fishing, and they're going to be here helping talk. Keep chat rolling and keep it going a good time.
It's a little different only seeing one person fishing on a Thursday night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, this is my favorite time to fish, nighttime. And I always fish Thursday night because it's my last day of work.
Well, Stan,
Now,
you want
Jody.
to run down through everybody we got in here already?
Oh, of course, of course. Well, that's how we're gonna start it out. We got there we go. There's Danny Stone Outdoors, William Warner, Pork Chops out there. There's Dave J. We got 14 awesome people watching already. Chris Everett, how you doing? Hey, Macavez. You hit it, girl. Good luck tonight. Apache Adventures, Takedown Catfishing, Missy Kennedy, Whisker Dreams. We rolling down. There's my brother Roger, Muskrat Adventures. How you doing? Fishing with Steve Mosley. There's Mrs. Catfish Instigators. Miss Lisa, how you doing? Good to see you. Jersey Catter in the house. Catfishing with Cause. Saying, hey, Jody. Hey, Stan. Hey, Danny. Annette Morgan. And, if Mrs. Regulators is here, you know that Catfish Instigators, Regulators, is going to be here too. There he is. He's saying what's cracking. Dun, dun, dun. Retired Rick, Chucky Morgan, Fishing Chick, my fishing sister from another mister. How you doing? And I think there's Mark Anthony. I think we're caught up. 17 people watching. Thank you. People dropping links. There you go. So we here on another Thursday night. We're up to 18, 19 people watching now. Hope everybody's doing well out there. There's Sunfish for Fish. So as you can tell, tonight's a little different than what we've been doing for the Flathead Challenge for the past, my goodness, Jody, how many weeks was that in total?
I think it actually went 9 weeks.
9 weeks. And I think it went really well, I think.
Yeah, it's supposed to be 7 weeks, and it's supposed to end right before Thanksgiving. It ended the week after Thanksgiving.
So that works, and glad to be here on another awesome Thursday night. As you can see, Miss Jody's out there fishing. Maybe she'll get us a couple of nice blues to put up on here, but other than that, we're going to be talking, having some fun.
Hey, Annette Morgan.
I'm actually in the studio tonight.
Yeah. All right, they're saying they're getting feedback. That was the video looks okay though, right? We've got good picture. Dave J, let's get started.
I wonder if that's my hearing aids doing that.
It might be.
Very well could be, because I get the same thing. I normally wear hearing aids, and when I do StreamYard, I usually don't use them.
Let me kill these hearing aids out, and I'll see if that gets rid of it. I have to plug them in to kill them out. That might be what's doing it, because they're hearing aids and microphones. So
yeah, I get the same thing, Danny.
Is that any better?
Did that improve anything out there? Oh, we got somebody else in the back. I think a lot of people out there know who this is. There you go.
Hey, Kelly.
What's up, Kelly?
What's going on, guys?
We got 3B in the house.
Let me see. I'm going to mute myself.
I'll jump in for a little bit.
Anything.
I'll jump in for a little bit just to see.
Okay. You feeling okay now? Seem to be a lot better.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I'm glad to see that.
Yep. Yeah, I'm just trying to finish up my work right now, so
Yeah.
trying to get an order in.
Everybody's worried about you, so I'm glad you're feeling better.
Oh yeah.
Do that to get
Oh
my
yeah.
pole. I think that got my poles in it now. That what keeps the light on long. Don't get us back.
So we've got just one so far, the one we talked earlier.
No, we got a Travis caught one. As soon as
Cool.
we got all the poles out. It's probably about a 15-pounder.
There you go. Stand popped off.
Yeah, he's popping in and out because he's getting some
Feedback.
feedback or something. He's trying to figure it out.
Yeah.
Dave J, you just subbed to me. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. I warn you though, when you go to my channel, you're gonna see some crazy, stupid stuff.
You don't have to go on the corner to that. You see it everywhere you go.
Yeah, I'm not gonna eat no fish like J Dog. I do have my limits. I'm not looking at eel, you know.
I'm not doing no crazy bait bites. No.
No,
Absolutely not.
I'm not doing anything that's gonna put me in the hospital with stomach virus or something.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna send the link.
But it's your show. You do what you want. I was trying to see if anybody else come in here a while ago that I didn't notice before. I don't know if we hollered at Flatheads. We might have. I don't know. But either way, they're in here. So welcome, welcome. So they've already caught. They've been in since about, I think, 5:30 or 6 o'clock. She put in the water. And they said they've already caught 2. So this may get to be pretty much, we may have a good time tonight.
Hopefully.
Big time. We always have a good time, but I want to have a big time.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
This is a different. I've never been in this spot, so.
Well, Dave J, you're gonna love yourself after you watch some of the dumb stuff I do. But tonight it's all about Jody because she's gonna show y'all how to catch some fish. I just know she is. She's gonna give a fishing school.
As many fish as there is back here. I just don't say it.
Yeah, this is my normal Thursday night routine. Sitting here, get all my paperwork ready, get the orders done.
Yeah.
So
you do everything on Thursday night for the whole week or what?
yeah, for the next week.
Really?
Yeah, my orders are a week out.
Okay.
So I'll order tonight for next week.
All right.
Hey, what's up, everybody?
Oh, there's the muskrats.
The muskrat.
Let me hang on. I got your plan on the big screen. Get it.
And Angler of the Bill has just showed up. Hello, folks. Good to see y'all. Good to see her too.
Roger's doing his paperwork for Thursday.
Jody, where are you sitting at tonight?
I'm to walk forward, but I'm farther on down.
Jody, Dave J says, thanks for the wrench. It's his first one.
Well, you're welcome. Make sure you get a spy box for me.
Jody, did you say where you were sitting at tonight?
I'm out on the walk floor, but farther down I usually go.
Oh, farther down. I got you.
I'm in the shallows in front of a cove. 13 foot deep.
Mid-South, I go down to Pickwick. I've been down there a few times. I've never been up all the way on the dam. I fished like from the railroad bridges and stuff on back and on down river. I really like Pickwick. It's more like the Ohio River, what I'm used to around here than, the big Wheeler and Wilson. So I like Pickwick a lot.
I'm going to try to head down there probably early spring to Pickwick.
Early spring.
Yeah, I'm gonna see if I'm doing good over there. I don't know how to be. I haven't been over that time of year before.
I know me and Troy's going to try to hit Wolf Creek Dam a lot more.
He said there's a lot of sturgeon in there, right?
Sturgeon. We're actually going to do some alligator carp. We're going to do some walleye, sauger, and trout. And see if we can get on some catfish too while we're there.
Hey, Danny, mute your mic for a minute because we're still getting feedback. I was trying to figure out where it's coming from.
Okay.
All right, how's that? Anybody else?
Still getting some.
Is anybody else hearing it, or is it just me? If it's just me, it's me.
Hold on a second.
No, I'm hearing it too.
Okay.
Let me mute mine.
It's probably Jody, man. Everyone else has already been muted once but her.
Let me mute then.
Wait a minute. Now,
Okay, so it wasn't me? It wasn't me?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I think it's on Jody's side.
It is on Jody's side. She's the only one muted now.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm not getting
here
echo. I'm just getting like a chirping noise or something.
Yeah, it's the echo, but it's low. Now, the reason it sounded so much worse when Stan was in because he's just 3 times louder than us.
Yeah.
Which we ran him off, and it was Jody's fault.
You reckon it's that?
I doubt it.
That's the only thing I got running.
It actually seems to be better right now. It could be just coincidence.
Yeah.
Put my volume down 2 clicks. 1, 2. How's that?
Sounds good.
Woohoo!
I think there's a little bit back there, but I think it's more manageable now.
Yeah, I think so too.
If I burn my hair, I'm blaming it on you, Roger.
Wait a minute, what?
I get my receiver.
I do not want that responsibility.
Don't jump up running around that pontoon boat with your hair on fire.
She ain't afraid to jump in the water. We've seen her do the
Yeah.
mermaid.
Yeah, so say she'll do a polar bear plunge just to put that hair out.
I'm telling you. Because that's going to be a big fire right there.
No, I just go. Instant. Hold on fire before
Yeah, a couple of people still say they can hear the echo or the background noise, but it's on Jody's end, and she's the host of the show, so we can't mute her.
Well, damn, I'm back.
Hey, there he is. Hey, Stan, we found out it wasn't you.
How about I go out and come back in?
Yeah, I think it's you. Yeah, I think that's what it is, Jody.
Yeah, might be for the best. Stan, how you doing, brother?
Roger, what's up? How you doing? Good to see you.
Thanks, buddy. Wishing I was fishing. That's what I'm doing. I'm sitting there looking at all these Facebook memories popping up on my wall, and I'm like, man,
I know.
Last 2 years, I've been killing big fish this time of year.
Yep, without a doubt. I know everybody's not going to believe this, but I actually could have been out fishing tonight, and I didn't go.
No kidding. Oh, no. You not feeling well? What's wrong with you?
It's just a little, it's one of those things where, especially going out fishing on the bank, there we go. How's it sound now, everybody?
Sounds a lot better, I think.
Yeah, I think it cleared up.
Yay, Johnny fixed it.
Roger, you know how it is. Safety first, and just feeling a little tired and going out on the bank fishing by yourself at night, and
A lot of things
I was
can
like,
happen, man.
yeah. So I mean, stand 3 to be out there in the boat would have been close, but
Right.
I'm like, you know what? I'm going to do the smart thing.
All right, we got Big John showed up. Big John, and I hope I said this name right. Dallas, is that Liebert?
That sounds right to me.
That's right. I'm going to say it.
I don't know if you caught it. I don't know if you caught it, Stan, but I think me and Troy are going to try to take you on your sturgeon.
Uh-oh. Good luck.
I don't know if we're gonna pull a 222 out of the water, but we're gonna try our best.
Oh, where are you heading to?
Wolf Creek Dam.
I'm
Yeah,
not familiar
we're-
with that down there.
I think you need to go for one of those big alligator gar.
That too, yeah. We're gonna try to. We've been talking about it, and I think we're gonna try to go after some alligator guard too.
Where's
Those
this
things
place
are
at?
huge.
Yeah, there's some big ones.
Where's that at?
Wolf Creek.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a
Wolf
whole
Creek's.
type of
It's
different type of
going
fishing.
toward Bowling Green.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
they're
if
at the
they
state
have
park. It's the state park there.
if they
I didn't
have
realize
sturgeon there, that's going to be lake sturgeon.
Mm-hmm.
So it probably will be a little bit different size ones there. I think like I think with the lake sturgeon they get a little different size. They don't get quite as big as what happens here in the James and the tidal rivers is you have they're doing breeding runs, and that's what they come up into the river for, and they're only here from like July till about the end of October.
And see, we've got a lot of trout and walleye and sauger in that area too. So they got a lot of food
Mm-hmm.
because they got a trout fishery there that they have a hatchery, so they hatch out a lot of trout there. So
Yeah. Jody, John Holiday stopped by. He said, I just wanted to stop by quickly and show some support, but I need to run. Jody, I hope you pull out a giant on chicken.
No chicken tonight, John.
No chicken tonight.
No chicken. Let's check off a pull a big one out.
And there he is, Mike's Fishing Home in the house.
My CFF.
Yep.
Roger, isn't that funny how it always comes up on a show?
Yeah.
The great chicken debate.
Now,
Hey,
everybody's areas might be different, but for us here, once the temperature goes below 50 degrees, chicken doesn't work very well anymore. I don't know why, but
It's just the opposite here. These guys have been killing me on chicken. I'm still throwing skipjack and shad. And you got guys fishing on each side of me with chicken, and they're just tearing me up.
no kidding. Are they catching quality size fish? Or we
Oh,
talking?
Richard Cluck caught a 29-pounder, a 30-pounder, a 16.
That's good enough.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
smoking them on that chicken.
Well, Danny, you're a little south from here, aren't you? Where do you fish at again?
I'm in the Boot Hill of Missouri, right before you get to Arkansas.
All right.
Right on the Mississippi River.
I have to say my biggest PB on YouTube Live so far is on chicken. So,
Are you serious?
mm-hmm.
I'm a skipjack.
But it's only 7 pounds. But still, it's my biggest PB on live YouTube. So
on live.
it's on
YouTube.
plane on live
that's
YouTube.
cool.
Yeah.
Okay, that's different.
I've caught bigger ones. I've caught probably 20-something pounders back when I was a teenager, maybe. But
We
Mike's Fishing Home says no chicken. Well, then I'm leaving.
I don't know if you guys caught it on my Facebook post the other day, but last weekend we went out and fished, and I caught 5 fish on the same piece of white bass, including that 50-pounder.
yeah, I saw that big fish. That was nice.
There's a fifth
Well,
fish I caught on the same rig, and it was actually a wiper for around here. It's a hybrid.
Mm-hmm.
you see my breath?
No.
Jody, what are you looking at? You watching stars?
I was seeing if you can see my breath.
UFO?
They do make those white bass and striper. They make
They're good bait, man.
awesome bait. You know, we can't use striper here, but in talking with other people, they just they love it, and that's why a lot of states where striped bass and whatnot is their main money fish. That's why a lot of states have the kind of feeling that they do towards catfish, like in the Maryland area.
What about red eye? Are you allowed to use red eye there, Stan?
Well, we can use any game fish as long as it was within. We got to use them whole, and it has to meet your creel and size limits, et cetera, et cetera. So if you're allowed to keep 5 bass, we can use bass, but you have to leave it whole. You can't use it as cut bait, because if the game warden checks and you reel it in and you're using bass,
So that's what I kind of like about the red eyes. I mean, they're pretty much most of the time, if you catch a red eye, they're right about that perimeter that you can use whole. You don't have to cut them up.
All right, we got Mr. Kitty Whiskers who just showed up.
What is up, Kitty Whisker?
Jersey Catter jumps in, asks Jody, what's the air and water temperature there?
Well, it's not cold enough to see my brother.
There's your temperature gauge.
Yep.
It's 49.
Stan, I'm gonna need you to research that. How cold does it have to be before you can see your breath?
Actually, it's under 40 degrees.
It's more about dew point.
Yeah.
The dew ain't fell yet.
That's why even in the summertime you'll see the the fog and the whatnot coming off the water.
Oh yeah.
Well, Jody, before I jump off here, do you want to kind of give them a hint what's going on next week?
Me and Kelly's gonna be fishing together up in his waters.
Ooh, that's gonna be fun.
Yeah.
You're getting a lot closer to me, Jody. I'm going to have to make a road trip.
Come on, we'll have some fun.
Hey, come on, Roger.
Some pictures last weekend of you guys eating breakfast together. I was like, "Where you guys at? How far away are you?"
Well,
Yeah.
come on down. I mean, we're gonna try to fish as long as we can. Probably about 8-9 hours, probably if we can.
Yeah, we're probably gonna go live early and not stay out hardly as late.
Yeah.
Well,
We're
it
trying
may
to
be
get day bites.
it may be a surprise to Jody, but Two Stands is trying to arrange a trip to meet J Dog to do an exchange, and we were thinking of maybe trying to meet up with Miss Jody there. So.
Oh boy.
Well, Stan, if you're coming up this way, you're only 2.5 hours from me then.
Really? Yeah, we were trying. Stand 3 is, since I don't do any of the driving.
Mm-hmm.
Stand 3 and J Dog are working out the details. You know me, if somebody says we're going fishing, they'll say I'm picking you up at 10. I'll be out at the driveway waiting on the bus coming.
Hey, and I could vouch for that. I was the bus pulling up with Stan standing out the road with his fishing rods and his cooler and everything. We pulled onto the street, and I said, "I wonder what house is Stan." We looked down the road. I said, "Never mind, there he is."
Standing there waiting.
He was standing there waiting. I don't know how long he was there. We was on time, I think, but yeah, he was.
Yeah. Hey, I just
thumb up.
you know what? When you can't drive and you rely on other people to get there, you really appreciate it. So I'm out there waiting.
I'm there with you, buddy. I'm not supposed to be driving, really.
But
I
I'm
don't
gonna
know
hop
if
off on here, guys, because I got to get up early in the morning. So,
All right,
y'all
Kelly.
be careful.
all right, see
Safe
you
travels,
all.
my friend.
All right, see y'all.
I don't know if we mentioned him yet or not, but Don Robinson is in here. Chrissy Brown has showed up.
Hey, Chrissy.
Uptown, Chrissy Brown. How you doing, Chrissy? Great to see you.
And hello, Ronnie Moore.
Ronnie Moore's in the house.
Yeah.
Chrissy, good to see you.
And yeah, Roger, so far in the bank tournament that I'm fishing, all my fish have came off of remember the deep bottom where we went to get the bait from?
Yeah.
That dock that's right there at the boat launch. That's where I've been fishing, and that's where I got
good.
that. I got that 40 this past weekend.
We got V3 Customs in the house. That's a good bank spot right there. Just the way the that deep hole comes in on the right hand side, and then you've got some shallow water there to the left of you just a little bit. It's a good mixture.
It's got everything. It's got shallow. It's got the mud flats. It's got a deep hole. It gets current. It gets bait. The bait were on fire. Where they were just stacked in there a week ago. Then all of a sudden, the beginning of this week, where the temperatures did they were gone.
Yep.
Could barely find a one. It was nuts.
I'm sure they were there. They were just in that. They moved to the deeper holes there. There's some couple deep pockets there that's pretty good, but that's where I would imagine they went.
Yeah. Well, sometimes with that being back there, that's kind of like one of those bends that came out of the river, and they've got that straightaway up there that they've actually put in years ago.
Mm-hmm.
So that that outside bend, a lot of times they'll go back up into the main river. When they're not way back there, a lot of times that's what they'll do. They'll just they go back up into that main river section, and then whatever changes, and they'll boom move right back in.
There's Freddie's Outdoor Adventures hanging out with us.
Yep. And Mike Sampson and Florida Channel Catfishing are in here.
Hey, what's up, Sandra? How you doing? Mike's good to see you. Freddie, how you doing, Freddie? Big shout outs to Freddie. Roger and I, we've talked about this for, I've been doing it a year, and Roger's been doing it longer than that. It's time on the water. And Freddie, I don't know if you saw that, Roger, but Freddie was like 13 different spots or 16, something like that. And then finally got himself a couple nice fish. So a big shout out. You'll hear us say it all the time. Each trip, learn something. If it's not working, try something else. And that was just proof of it right there. So big shout out to Freddie for that.
Well, the thing too is, hello James Kirkpatrick, by the way. I see him sneak in there. The thing also is that Freddie's acquiring lots of information. Like he's hungry for knowledge. He's asking a lot of good questions. He's putting himself, aligning himself with folks that he can learn from, and add stuff to his arsenal. And I know you're watching, Freddie. So anytime, if you ever got questions, I'm not the best guy out there by far, but I do put a lot of time on the water, and like Stan, we're always willing to give you a hand and point you in the right direction if we can and help you out. So don't ever hesitate to reach out. When I first started this a couple years ago, that was me. I mean, honestly, I was bugging everybody's ear, like, oh yeah, how do you do that? And how do you do this? And just put it together after a while.
And let's see, Chris Everett out there. There's Uncle Lou in the house. How's it going, Uncle Lou? Van Beekry's out there. And Roger, I get a lot of times, and you answered this the best, and I always give you credit for this answer. People ask, well, how do you catch the bigger fish? And you said the best answer for that ever is you just prepare to catch the bigger fish. Use the right bait, use the right tackle. Don't go out there after monsters with 15-pound tests. And that really is one of the best answers I've heard for that. Learn the information you need to learn to catch big fish. Use the tackle to catch big fish. Learn where they're at. Fish where they're at. And guess what? You're going to catch a big fish eventually. So big shout out to you for that.
I appreciate it. I don't know where I picked that up at, or if it's actually an actual original. I regurgitate a lot of information, but be prepared to catch big fish. I mean, for me, and you know how my mental is. For me, when I go fishing, I'm fishing for the biggest fish in the water, whatever that is in that water. That's what I'm fishing for. And so every line I throw is the expectation or possibility that could be the biggest fish in that water. And as soon as you don't, that's when you'll hook the one that gets away.
Yeah, I don't know how many times I've reeled in decent catfish off the Mississippi River, and they would have small hooks in their mouth with real light line hanging off of it. I had one catfish one time that I found 6 hooks in his mouth.
Oh my!
And probably the biggest line on that was probably a maybe 12-pound test.
I think I seen that guy working at the gas station earlier.
Yeah.
Jody, you got my Stanley spotlight out there. That's the spotlight I like to use.
There you go.
That thing, for $40 at Walmart, that thing is hard to beat.
Yeah. No fish yet, Ronnie Moore. We're just getting warmed up.
I'm glad y'all are using my light out there. It's got my name on it.
Yeah. I've got 2 in front of it.
Yeah.
Jody, tell them again. What did you guys catch before the live stream started?
Probably a 5-pounder up there close to the boat ramp, and close to 15-pounder down here.
There you go, Ronnie. Now you know.
What do you set up on, Jody, tonight? Are you always fishing a hole, a ledge, creek mouth?
We're in front of a cove, and there's kind of We're actually going to probably move the boat this way and cast down to the channel. I'm only 13 foot deep though.
Catfishing with Cause out there sharing the link. Thank you very much. And here's a really good comment by Missy Kennedy. I've been fishing myself probably 5 decades. And I still learn something from everybody. I had a blast when I was out there fishing with Roger and Zach, and you saw me. I was just soaking up everything Zach was saying about reading the sonars and the little indentations and different things like that. And I try to pick something up. Everybody I talk to, everybody I fish with, there's always room to learn something else. And so definitely, Missy Kennedy, that is an awesome statement.
Very much.
Well, every time I lose a fish, I learn something else not to do.
That's valuable.
If the mods, if you've not dropped Muskrat's link, would you please do that? And everybody up on the panel, I'd appreciate that.
We got Deadpool in the house.
And there's Danimals. How's it going?
Yep.
Buck Williams.
Thanks, Jody.
You're welcome. And if you
Take
want to learn
down,
how
hey, brother.
to bump or anything like that, make sure you check out Muskrat's channel because he does teach you as he goes.
I try.
And a lot of things, Roger, that you bring up are like those kind of like, duh, why didn't I think of that before? Like the when you were talking about boat position and the Pythagorean theorem with the ABC squared to try to get the the distance and stuff, and it's like, duh, like where why didn't I think of that before? And
yeah, I need to maybe repost that video. I don't. Well, it was a live stream. Wasn't it?
Alive, yeah, I think it was. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe we need to revisit that again because we've got a lot of folks. Like, for instance, this Tuesday night, I went over some wintertime stuff, just wintertime tactics. A lot of people was interested on bait. Folks are having a hard time finding shad in areas. So we talked a lot about bait for wintertime. And we got a lot of new folks from last year to this year. And it might be worth doing again just to I got the aquarium in the living room. I like busting up there.
We'll downscale it, downsize it.
Yeah. We'll get the boat up there and put some fishing line in.
That would be a great live. That would actually work out pretty well.
Yeah, it puzzled me because I was wrong. That's why I came up. That's what got me thinking about that. Is I was wrong. This is how geek fishing me and Zach are. We'll just sit there and talk about and think about stuff all week long and message each other and call each other. And we were setting up on some fish, and I was like, well, we got line counter reels. And I said, well, there's the target right there. How much line do I need to get that to that target right there? And we were sitting there, and he was like, well, it's easy. You use the Pythagorean theorem. I'm like, what's that? And he said, well, if we're in 50 foot of water and that target's 100 feet back, how much line do you think you need? And of course, I was wrong as well as most people were in chat that day.
Yeah.
Real time catfishing. How you doing, John?
Mr. John Parker, what's going on?
And if you haven't seen that latest video dropped by Real Time Catfisher, Mr. John, check that out. That was really it was about his takedown tower. I was super stoked about it.
I've got to see that.
Yeah, it had the great, theatrical music going, and had the clips from previous outages. Wow, woo! From previous times, he's had the tower out there.
You just had to switch directions on that one, didn't you?
Yeah, man, you can't get the one word out. Just go to another
all
one.
new words. Yeah, get that one word out. I'll just change it to 3 words.
There you go.
Just make a new word up. That's what I usually do. Just make a word up.
Hey, as long as you convince people, it's only weird if it doesn't work. So,
Stan, you always do a great job.
Thank you, Danny. I appreciate that. It happens, get the little tongue tie going, and a lot of times from here to here, something just gets confused. And
well, as fast as I talk, I can usually mess up. My record, I think, is 10 words in 3 seconds.
Well, I've been known to draw words out, so.
I like my words nice and short. I can pronounce it well.
Don't complicate it.
Yeah. Jody, what are you cutting up back there? Is that skipjack?
Make sure. Am I muted?
No,
You're unmuted.
Well, we know it's not chicken.
It's skipjack.
that's what I figured.
We're gonna freshen the baits up. We freshened them up since we've been out.
How you doing, Don Robinson? Good to see you.
Then we're gonna turn the boat just a little bit.
Thank you, guys. Saying, please hit the like button, subscribe if you haven't already, hit the notification bell. You don't want to miss out on any of the fun.
That's right. We like to have fun.
And what I love about shows like this, we got Jody out there fishing, but we'll sit up here and talk about different aspects of catfish and answer questions. So you have fun. You're talking about catfish and learning some things, hopefully at the same time. And I love those kind of. When I was on Ryan Bortz's show earlier tonight, his 7:00 shows on Thursday night, we were talking about how a lot of times you get epic on. You get epic on there, and Roger, it's been many times where we've gone all night, and I was bringing up a couple months ago where we did the live. I was out fishing live and talked to Epic all the way on the way home. got home, I had to put the thing up and finish the live from the house, and we were going to what, like I think 6 in the morning or something.
Good morning, yeah.
Just on picking spots on a map on Navionics, what to look for, and
yeah.
We spent like 7 hours on that, I think, that night.
And Tim Molina showed up, and I think Missy Kennedy had a question for you, Stan.
Who had one?
Missy Kennedy.
Oh, there she is.
Stan. Yeah, you see her?
When I come to fish with Uncle Josh, are you going to come fit? Well, of course, I'll work something out there. I'm not going to miss that opportunity, especially if she brings some Nana bread. You don't want to miss that.
Wait. Now, if you take banana bread on the boat, is that the same as taking a banana?
Don't worry about them bananas.
Hey, you get down to Florida, those guys get stupid about that. They'll throw you off the boat down there.
I know Stan has to know, but you guys know where that originated?
No, tell us.
Originated clear back in like Viking days, when they would go to port and load up on supplies. They would get bananas, and the banana spiders would bite the crew. They had it in cases where they got bit, and back then, they didn't have antibiotics and simple medicines like we do now, and so something as simple as a bad spider bite could take somebody out. But they kept getting these bites and losing crew members from their ports when they pick up their bananas. So they blamed it on the bananas. And that's why today it's bad luck to have a banana on your boat.
So basically, if you check the banana for spiders, you're fine.
It really wasn't the banana. Yeah, it wasn't a banana. It was a spider all along.
And it never was the banana. It's here.
Yeah.
And that's something else. That's something else that we've talked a lot about too, is having confidence, with the bait you're using, the spots you pick, the rods or braid or mono or whatever the case is. It's amazing how the same bait can work different for two people just based on how confident they are on it.
Yeah.
And we spent a lot of time talking about that topic there.
I was working with Freddie there, I believe, on Tuesday night, and or it might have been, a show, one of the shows he was on. He's everywhere. He's trying to be a stand for.
Yeah.
He's everywhere. But anyway, he was talking about wanting to gear up his tackle and getting excited about what stuff he needs to buy and add to his arsenal. And in my opinion, you start at the bait, because that's the most important thing. You start at the bait and then you work your way back. So from the bait being the most important, your hook being the second most important, your line being the third, and so on. Is kind of how I always tell people when they're first starting out. Don't go out and blow a ton of money on buying the best rod and reel there is and blowing all this money on this. Start with the bait. You got to get that right first. If that means learning to throw a cast net or whatever the bait available is in your area, learn that and then work your way back. And in my opinion, I think that's the best way to get started and level of priority. In my opinion.
I would concur 100% with that because, you saw for those that have been here, the long timers have been here when we started Two Stands Fishing. We had a couple old ugly stick, the white ugly stick catfish models. Yeah. We had some Lou's cat daddies, which were $25 at Walmart, pole and reel. And that's what we were fishing with from the bank, catching, 25, 30 pounders. And, now we've got Muddy River rods and Uncle Lou rods. And I got a ugly stick, heavy action, ugly stick, deep water. And now some Abu reels and just went from there. But yeah, I'd agree. You don't need all that stuff. From the pole and everything, it just makes it easier. It makes it easier to cast the bigger baits. You can do it with that $20. You just have to do it a little differently. And I think, like Roger said, the bait obviously most important. You got to have a good hook. You got to have a good line. Then it goes from there. And start. If you got $25 to start out, you get your Walmart rod and reel, and you go out there and you have fun.
Yeah.
But that being said, there's not a single fisherman worth their salt that doesn't go to bed and dreaming about having an Uncle Lou's rod.
Hey, I've got 6, and I still dream
about
more.
What's up, fellas? How you doing, Jody?
What's up, Mark?
Hey,
what
Mark.
a panel tonight.
Hey, Mark.
Hi, Jody. How are you, dear?
I'm doing pretty good.
Are you on the fish?
Yeah.
Good for you.
Yeah.
I need to order me a couple more Uncle Lou's rods. That's for sure.
Oh, you mean like this Uncle Lou rod right here? This medium action one that caught that 222 pounds?
There it is.
Are you done?
I'm done.
I've already heard that story twice tonight, Stan.
Two times
Well,
to me.
this is my third live stream tonight, so. Tim is asking, who is on the boat?
This is my friend Travis. He met me down here and helped me launch the boat off the truck.
Hey, and
hello,
we got
Travis.
Off the res catfish hunter out there. How you doing? JB Vlog out there. JB Vlog, how you doing? Good to see you. Think I missed something else before that. 205 Wild Action. How are you? Oh, Missy Kennedy had a. Oh crap, Freddie. That's right. I'm sorry. I'll send that in just a few minutes here. Had a question. She was asking about a bait caster. I can't find it there, but it was best bait caster. What bait caster would you recommend that doesn't cost $200?
I recommend you save your money. I recommend you save your pennies and get down to Abu. That's what I recommend.
There it is.
What's going on? Everybody saying hello to me and Chad. How you guys doing?
Mark, your picture is like super crisp.
I'm running 1080p. I got the pro plan through StreamYard. I figured we'd go big or go home. So,
man, it looks good.
Thank you. We'll see
You
what
know.
happens when I get on the water with it. We'll see if I got the bandwidth through AT&T to carry it. So
Yeah.
we'll find out next. I'm trying to get out and do some of that burbot fishing next Thursday night. If Lance is in here, Lance, I was going to message you. Consider yourself messaged. We'll see what happens. We may go live during Panfish Nation during that Pissy Fun Chaos 50. A lot of people have liked that one. So
Yeah. I've got my
And
hands
that-
on one of those. They're all right.
That is very similar to the Lou Speedcast.
Blues are good.
Lou
I don't
Speedcast has the same. When you click the drag, you can hear it click for going up or increasing or decreasing the drag. The everything's in the same spot. It's got the thumb, but it's about half the price. So I can't say because I haven't had the Chaos yet, but I do have a Lou Speedcast, which I love. It casts great. It's about $100.
When they have that positive click or the detent when you're making those adjustments, that really helps when it's dark out, especially.
Yeah.
Yep.
But so
Zach ran all those Lou Speedcasts. He bought 6 of them and ran them. I think he's only had them for a year, and every one of them has failed him.
Oh, that's no good.
Yeah. Well,
is that the one that Dieter runs?
That's the Lasercast XL60. That's what I run.
Okay.
It's different. The XL60 is in my opinion, is a really good reel for the money. If you shop around, you can get them for $50 a piece.
Whisker Dreams just confirmed that the XLC60 Speedcast is also a great reel.
Yep.
I'll tell you
don't shop for it unless it's a spinning reel, like for my crappie rigs and stuff. I don't shop for new reels so much anymore. I've gotten lucky enough to where I've come across enough used ones that I've rebuilt, and I got enough. Until I get 2 more Uncle Lou's rods, I'm good with reels for right now. I got a dock shooting B&M rod coming or an ACC. I haven't decided what I want for Christmas yet, but I'm going to go with a cheaper reel for that, like either an Okuma, probably a Fluger reel for that. So.
It's funny you mentioned Akuma. This is one of my awesome reel. It's the Akuma Classic, Akuma CLX. Doesn't have a lot of bells and whistles.
Is it the cold water or is that a different reel?
No,
than a classic.
That's just a classic.
So they are 2 separate models.
I believe so. Yep.
Because I was looking for reels with line counters on them for dragging baits, and the cold water keeps popping up for that.
Yeah,
go
ahead, Ryan. I was just gonna say you can get this with the line counter, but this one I got this from Amazon for $25 because the package was damaged. But you can get them for under $50. Who is it that uses that? I think it's Chat Cats that uses the Akuma.
Jody's trying to show us her Akuma.
Yeah, Jody's holding one up.
There you go.
That same one?
It looks like it.
Yeah,
sure looks like it.
Yeah, my buddy Jonathan has been using those reels forever over at Hooked Catfish too. He likes them.
Mark, I'll tell you to watch on the cold waters. I bought a couple of them with the line counter, and they have a self-engaging handle, and their handles are huge. I bought 2. I think they were the 304s or the 303s. I can't remember how they went. Both of them did the same thing. If you wasn't paying attention and you went to throw it, the handle would flip engage and stop the reel. I sold them to Skip. Skip thought, man, these are awesome. I sold them to him. Same thing. He sold them off too. So
if you don't have those handle on some of those reels, including I know I'm mistaken, but I know there's some reels. If you put like an aftermarket eBay handle on an Abu, it'll do the same thing. Anything that has self-engaging, anti-reverse cog, it'll happen. There's a reason why you get a power handle from Abu, and if you hold it up against a paddle handle, they're pretty much the same length. The only advantage you get out of them is you're not hitting your knuckle on the paddle in front of you if you're using a power handle, as far as I'm concerned. You know, it's a bigger grip point too.
Well, you got
that's the Lou Speedcast. Somebody asked a question about the Pisky Fun. Yes, and that would be the same size. And like I said, with the drag system, the thumb release, the your clicker, it's all in the same spots, and it was really looked like the same exact reel, just different color and etc. But yeah, it's the same size.
Hold that back up there, Stan. I want to see what that looks like to this. This is a Catfish Pro tournament series. It's a little bit. It's got some little bit different stuff. It's got the thumb bar. It's got the lever here.
Yeah.
I don't like thumb bar. I just personal preference, but
I know Chad's real happy with those Catfish Sumos he has too. I don't think he's had any problems. Don't quote me on that.
David Smith, yes. Now I haven't used this one a year yet, but I've had no problems with this one. It casts great. I'd say as far as casting, if you're like bank fishing and you want to get distance, it's tough to beat the Abus.
Well, that's the thing. Any of the reels with smaller spools on them are going to bait casters at least are going to cast better. Also, if the Abus, the reason why they cast so much better is because the actual the axle that the spool sits on is a separate piece, where a lot of these other ones they're not. I don't know if it's a trademark thing or a patent thing, but that's where the difference comes to be. So. And Abu knows that, which is why they charge so much more for their reels. That in the name. I mean, it is what it is. I don't buy them just for the name. I buy them because, like, I've said numerous times, they're the 1911 of reels. You can always find parts. They've always been here, and they probably always will be. So
now, Missy was asking. She has a Abu. What did she say? 6,500, and it's starting to, and it's slipping a little. What would y'all recommend for that?
A new drag washers, if that's what she's meaning.
You mean slipping when retrieving, or
is it the anti-reverse cog? I don't know if the newer ones have them. A lot of my older ones have an anti-reverse cog, which is like a $7 part and an easy fix.
Yeah, I'd say 90% of people's real problems is their worm gear and cog.
Yep.
If you talk to any of these big repair shops that do the cleanings and stuff, they'll tell you, if they're honest, they'll tell you that probably 75% of their business is all right there in the pawl and the worm gear, and that's the easy stuff you can take care of.
Yep.
Me, I like tearing them all apart.
You know what? I did that for the longest time, Roger, where I would do them every winter when I'm bored, and I started tying jigs. So now I just use them until they break. When they break, then I fix them. Or if they start making noise, which isn't too often. I think I had one Pro Rocket started making noise on me, but I was pitching 20 ounces of lead with it. I kind of pushed it to the to the limits when I was doing that. We had some really high water here, and I wanted that bait to stay on the bottom. I was trying the high current thing, or the high current well, not method, but the idea that Tim's always talking about, epic big cats like the big current.
Yeah,
not so much flathead, but I was looking for a big channel cat. I need to beat that 14-pound Fox River PB is what I was trying to do, and I think high water is when to do it, and that's what I was doing. That's how I kind of did that. But I just took it apart, greased it up, cleaned it up, and it was fine.
Hey, Jody, J-Dog is in the house.
Woo-hoo.
Hey, J-Dog.
J-Dog.
J-Dog did send me a text. I haven't had a chance to reply to him yet.
I saw your call out.
No, you did not. You.
We got 51 awesome people watching. Thank everybody for coming in tonight. CVA's out there. Fishing Steve Mosley. As they said, J-Dog's Gone Fishing is out there. J-Dog, great job. Tara caught that 70 pounds, 72 I think it was, just a couple weeks ago. So big shout out to her.
We're going to have Tara and J-Dog both on the show next week.
Awesome.
She's looking forward to it. She says she can't wait.
Ooh, I don't know. I got a feeling we're going to see her like this.
Yeah. Yeah, I talked to J Dog today. She's like, yeah, she's already nervous. I'm like, why in the world? She got to be nervous.
I'm glad to be here, Roger. We'll get the left ear kind of.
Hey, as long as she doesn't start holding up a picture going, it's a 72-pound.
On this Uncle Lou's rod right here.
Uncle Lou's rod, a 72-pound blue cat.
Freddie, that's what I got on 2 of mine. I got the 6,500 Catfish Specials, black and orange, the old school orange ones anyway.
Yeah, I got 2 of them
on my medium action Uncle Lou's rods.
Yeah,
I run 2 of those on medium whisker seekers, which I have, and I use them quite a bit, and they work really well. And the 6,500 to 6,500, you're paying for a paint job for the most part, or a power handle.
Yep.
So
you're right.
I would say that the best, if you got the Abus, the power handle is definitely.
That makes a big difference.
You know, I've still got the.
9 poles.
Cold.
9 poles. That's it. That's it.
2 off the back. That's 11.
Whiskers and stripes. Hello, Whiskers and stripes.
I know this is Jody's channel, but I'm going to give her a little grief. Here in Illinois, we call that a trout line.
Charlotte's Web.
It looks like
Man, you know,
fishing.
I have no problem with people using all of those rods. The only problem I have is thinking about how much bait I got to catch to keep all those rods baited. You know, if you're not really on the bait with a cast net, that could really make for a short day. So,
Well, Stan 3 and I were out the other night, and he was gonna, because we're both in the month-long tournaments. I'm in the bank one, he's in the boat one.
Yep.
He was trying to get some bait. And we're like, goodness gracious, do you realize to bait all the poles, just to bait them one time, we needed like 4 shad.
it's a lot of bait. I mean, you better be bait rich if you're going to run all that stuff. So, well, Jody, when do you have time to go after bait? You're a busy lady.
Actually, I brought my bait guy with me.
Oh, okay. There you go.
Hey, she's got a freezer full of skipjack.
There you go.
That's what you do. You say, hey, you want to go fishing? You bring the bait. I got the boat and the truck and everything else.
He
I've
brought the
done
bait.
that many times. They're like, hey, can I come on your boat? I said, can you catch bait?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gas or bait, either one. For me, gas is the killer.
Yeah, you ain't kidding. Well, mine isn't too bad on gas, but we got those $20 ramp fees that offset the cheap gas in my boat.
I remember you talking about that. That would be tough to deal with.
Next year, I'm hoping to get a yearly pass. Going to run me, I think, around $750.
Ooh,
And
man.
yeah, it adds up quick. So hopefully I'll be able to get out a little more next year on the river. So
And J-Dog says he ran 13 poles Sunday. We call that spider rigging where I come from.
Yeah.
But most
Well,
people do
that's
it for crappie, though.
That's what everybody was saying when they saw Stan 3 and I out in our little John boat there. We had 12 rods, fishing 12 rods out of a John boat. They were calling it spider rigging.
Most of our rods are
Chad with his gift from D for his birthday, he should just need 1 rod with that darn thing. Somebody said in Panfish Nation that Chad's new sonar will let him see what the fish are thinking. I thought that was pretty good. I'm going to use that.
Yeah. They can see the future.
Pretty much.
This is the J-Dog rod, because everybody remembers the 1v1 challenge to Stan and against J-Dog on Mark's 1v1 Survivor. And we did poll for poll, but he didn't want me to send it. So this is the Uncle Lou rod that was up when J-Dog, the awesome fisherman J-Dog, when he whooped me on the 1v1 challenge. So this is the J-Dog pole. It's got got my best reel on it. The Abu.
Is that the one you won?
That's the one I won, yeah. So I put it on the J-Dog pole. All I just got to do now is add the power handle to it. It's still fine with this, but with the power handle, it'll be a whole different reel.
Yeah, it's a good reel. I like those standard silver ones. I had my eye on getting a couple of the chrome jobs, which you can pick up sometimes from like Catfish Connection and stuff. But, you know, I started getting into the used reels and stuff, so I kind of dropped that whole habit. But, yeah, those are good-looking reels. I got a couple of those, the satin finish silver ones like that. I thought about getting the Dremel tool out with a little buffing wheel and getting it to be nice and shiny. No, I never got. That's one of them projects I never got around to.
Yeah, that's way down on the list of priorities.
Yeah, pretty much.
But
And hey,
that
Quiet
little,
Man, welcome, Quiet Man. Good to see you here.
that little Abu, that'll cast, that outcast. This Abu on medium heavy action Uncle Lou's rod, and it outcasts the 9-foot pole. So I really like this setup right here.
I have two Penn Squall 15s, right? And I have them on Tangling with Cat 10-foot whips. And I bought those specifically for the for like Powerton out here, which is a power plant lake. And they got big blues, Roger, big ones in there. Except when I'm there, for some reason they don't want to bite the 3 times I was there, and I'm not making that 1.5 mile walk anymore. I'm done because it's in the middle of the winter. You got to do that too. But that's another story. But I can cast probably just as far with my Abu and my 8-foot rail splitters, to be honest with you.
Yeah, those Squall 15s, they're very deceitful. They don't look like they have much line capacity because they're narrow, but they're deep. Mine anyway, it looks like I got the exact same line capacity on that 15 as I do my 65s.
Hey, Ronnie, I'm going fishing this weekend. We may be able to work something out where I can take you this weekend, man.
Jody, J-Dog wants to know where his rod's at.
It is the 9th one from the left.
Danny's got me looking at my weather for the weekend. I got a wedding on Sunday, but it's going to snow. I mean, on Saturday, maybe Sunday.
I think it's on the
Well,
back.
they were calling for bad storms here Saturday, but now they're saying they're going to be Friday instead. So I'm hoping they're all out of here by the time I get to the river.
Danny, you'll
I
have
got
to
soaked
excuse
last
me.
weekend. I don't want to do that again.
What part of the country are you in, Danny? You have to forgive me for not knowing.
I'm in the Boot Hill of Missouri, right there on the Mississippi River, right before you get to
Okay, so
Arkansas.
you're down there by Lyle. So,
I live in the same town as Richard Cluck from Fishing and Freedom.
oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, we live about 5 minutes apart.
Man, catfishing with Kaz is killing the links today.
She's on it.
I remember when that used to be me.
I remember when it used to be me, and then you were blowing me out the water. I was
Ronnie, go on my Facebook page and send me a message on Messenger. We'll see if we can't work something out where I can take you fishing, man.
But there it is, J-Dog.
There it is, J-Dog.
I'll be right back.
Right there.
Right there.
Right there.
J-Dog's in the back of the boat.
He has to earn to get up front. Like,
Ooh.
catch the fish.
So, Stan,
David Smith, you sit there.
when is Dan's tournament happening? I know I watched the selection, but I wasn't there early enough to see when it was happening, actually.
Y'all can check in and watch 2 stands win that Goober Gauntlet. That's going to be December 18th at 9 a.m.
Oh, okay. So it's a week from tomorrow.
Yep, next weekend.
And you did say you were fishing from the bank, right? Just to keep your bank tournament going as well?
Yep. You know, I love fishing the boats, but it's been kind of good getting back to my roots because, you know, that's where I started this. And we were doing bank for a long, long time. And then, you know, kind of start rubbing elbows with people. And now I'm out on the boats with Dan and whatnot. So
I haven't done any like long night catfishing out of my boat in weather like this because the river is still wide open here. Our ponds are starting to skim over a little bit with ice, or at least here and now they come and go as it goes. But I'm afraid to have my little buddy heater on my boat, to be honest with you.
I know it's one of those things that just goes against what you're told.
Well, I worry about knocking it over, to be honest with you. My boat isn't the most stable thing in the world. So
Hey,
I need to go let my pooch out here. She's ringing the bell. I'll be right back.
All right.
I was gonna say,
And hello, Avid and the Bandit Frogster. Both of them are here.
what's up? I see Haz is in here as well. I must have missed him.
What's up, Haz?
Different
Avid.
David Hamilton, how you doing?
Jody, J Dog wants to know what his poll says.
Hold on just a second.
It had to be important because he texted me.
Yeah, it has. Jody's the only one fishing tonight. The Flathead Challenge is over. This was just kind of like we're gonna watch Jody fish, talk about some catfish, and answer questions,
Hang out
et cetera, et cetera. Have a little fun.
It says King J Dog.
King J Dog. Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
Well,
that's what's in the back of the vote.
I'll let him keep that title for a while. King of them guys catching 270s out of our area of the Ohio is that's pretty impressive.
It is.
Hey, catching 270s in a month anywhere is impressive.
That's right.
That's true, absolutely. But these guys are doing it down here on sections of the river that just they get hit hard with commercial fishing. We're begging for answers right now. Somebody put a video out. I shared it the other day. The guy found gill nets stretched almost 3/4 of a mile long.
Jeez.
Yeah, it basically stopped all access to the bank for like 3 miles.
There we go.
And thank you for answering that question, Dan. I saw that up there. Thank you. There's your boy Troy out there.
It ain't happening. Troy's the water running hard. I seen it shot up pretty hard down you guys' way.
Tighten that back up.
Yeah, if you guys could help share Avid's link out there, it happens a lot. Somebody gets up over 1,000. I see it a lot whenever we have these. I don't know if you call it a raid or what you call it when we, everyone jumps to
Promote
somebody and it works for a day or two. But generally the hook sets won't stick. It's all in that moment. Hey, we get them over 1,000. Let's do this and that. And then they get there, but nobody really goes through the time and trouble to watch the video, leave a comment and all the stuff to make sure the hook set stays. And so everyone gets the big hurrah, but you're stuck in Abbott's position now where those
you get your bubble pop. Yeah, it seems like every time I gain 5, I lose 2.
Yeah.
Well, that's better than gaining 2 and losing 5. So.
Yeah.
But yeah, it happens. We've it's been like about a couple weeks now where we'll go up and then back down, up and then back down, up and then back down, and I'm trying to get over that certain number. And
you and me both.
I have a lot of guys tell me, said, don't even worry about watching those numbers. Man, when you get that close to 1,000 and they put you over, they pull you back down, that man, it's like pulling the rug off under you.
Yeah.
Because you made it, you worked hard for it, you earned it, and boom, they just take it away.
J Dog said, I had 1 million hook sets, but only 305 stuck. What?
Also, I think this is one of the slower months for subs. Would you guys agree or not?
Yeah.
But
It depends.
The last 30 days have been slow.
Yeah, mine's been very, very slow.
I'm going to ask a question here, because you guys have been doing the YouTube thing a lot longer than me. But whenever COVID was at its peak and really going on, and you guys were still going out fishing, and all those people were trapped at home, did you see a rise in the subs at that point?
Sure.
Yeah.
For a couple of reasons. You're able to get out there and fish more because you're not going to work. You're not able to go here or there.
Right.
So we went fishing is what we did. Isn't that right, Roger?
Yep.
And more time on the water, more time, more content is going to convert into more subs pretty much, as long as
Plus, you got the people trapped at home or spending more time on the computer.
Yeah, they see a connection here. They're not able to go out and have a face-to-face connection, 6 feet apart or whatever, or not able to go to work, as Mark made a point to. They're not able to get that interaction, and here you can. You could still have that interaction with somebody and be safe.
You think the same would be true during the winter, but I after talking to a few YouTubers I know that have like big numbers, big numbers, they say their views go down in the winter because people aren't thinking fishing, which makes sense to me.
Right.
When people are on lockdown, and it's warm out, they want to do nothing but go fishing.
Yeah.
So that's how come there's that was that whole rise. So
That one does.
Yeah.
Well, I guess we'll have to see because there is the number of people that are actually out fishing, especially catfishing. You will see it decrease, so there won't be as many lives. We saw good numbers last year because, we went fishing every Sunday morning. We went fishing usually a couple other times during the week. You got a bump, Jody?
Well, I hope so with that many lines in the water.
So people still want to see some fishing. So if you're the channel that's out there every week, you'll see good numbers. If not, then it does slow down a little bit if you're not able to get out there consistently every week.
Yeah, I just based last year. Of course, I didn't realize I've only been doing this a little over a year. I thought I'd been doing it a lot longer, but in the wintertime, it seems like you will have much higher attendance on your live streams, depending on what else is going on. Obviously, if there's a lot of channels going live at the same time, or, you try to go up against Chunky, you're going to lose.
Well, the truth is, starting 8 years ago would have been wonderful, right? But we didn't.
Mhm.
We started when we did, but starting tomorrow is if it's your only option, it's good, but it's not getting any easier. And the longer we're in this game, the harder it is for others to get started. So that seems to be true as time goes on. So
Yep, I agree. I do agree. Setting eel traps tomorrow night. Froggy gonna fish them Saturday. There you go.
He got off.
oh no, I
Yeah.
hate when that happens.
It was when I tried to put it under the pole, I'm sure.
I was editing some video last night and I came across an older video that I hadn't looked at in a while, and I lost 12 freaking channel cats in that video. It was horrible. It was hard to relive. I totally forgot that day. I blocked it from my memory. I wasn't doing anything different. They were just short biting it or something. Or super dinks. They were all in different spots. So they weren't turtles because I found a couple of turtle spots.
Real time. John, say it isn't so. He says, I'm going to put bacon in the traps.
Don't you dare. Going to put you in the same
God.
classification
God.
as Jim.
Hey,
Boy,
Clyde,
he's lucky he's got a wrench. I'm sure there'd be some people timing him out right now.
Yeah.
I think I still can. You're what happens when you say bacon on my channel. No matter who you are.
John, that's going to be hard to watch.
Quiet Man asked if next time we're going out to Hoover. I talked to Skip today. I think next chance would either be Sunday or Tuesday. We were talking about possibly getting back up there and trying to get it. That lake will freeze over eventually, and you won't be able to get in there. So I think we're going to go.
Yeah, I was given. I got to fish Hoover with Betty and Brandon, and that's a nice lake.
Yeah, I love it.
It's a real nice lake. And I may even like the fact that they're it's a 9-9 lake, so
yeah,
I don't mind that at all. It makes for a more pleasurable day. It makes it a little harder to get around on a body of water that big, but they got ramps all across it, right? So you can play in like the top half, the bottom half, and so on.
Yep, all
I
the
think
docks are
John
out.
did a recall on the bacon.
Recall on the bacon.
Yeah,
Yeah.
John did a recall on the bacon. He's not going to use the bacon.
That's probably a good idea. Good idea.
Man, I went to Walmart today. I had a big old pack of bacon in the cart. I went to put it up on the belt there at the checkout, and it smelled terrible. And it turns out the pack of chicken that I had in the cart had just nasty, rotten juice all over it, and it got all over everything. And so I ended up having to put my bacon back and all that other crap back. It was nasty, man. And here the thing is, I was walking around the whole store with this cart full of rotten smelling stuff, and I didn't even get a whiff of it till I picked it up.
You disturbed it. What's going on, 336? How you doing? How
Well,
you doing,
and-
Haz? What's up, buddy?
Here is just a little tip. When you are using chicken, be careful with it because that raw chicken and using
Salmonella.
that bait. So try to bring your hand sanitizer with you. Wash that off and
I don't
sanitize.
have that. I don't have that problem, Stan.
And why's that, Mark?
I don't use chicken. Man, it's a long time since we had that argument on here, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
I'm too busy cooking that stuff up to use it for bait. That and bacon, I like them too much.
Yeah, I keep saying we're gonna have a show sometime and just have the two sides. You know how like you used to have like you got the presidential debates and you got the debates in there was that debate. Who did that show with the debate with about the baits?
I don't recall. I must have missed that one.
But
guess
I want to have get the two sides together. The strict no bait. And they're on one team, and the chicken users and whatever on the other side, and we'll have a debate about it. Let the audience decide, and I think it'd be a good show.
All right,
So
I'm
you're
in
gonna have a
agreement with
bait
Haz.
debate.
Haz
There
says,
you go.
okay, throw all the turkey bacon you want it on hooks and traps.
Yeah.
There you go.
Turkey bacon.
That's not real bacon.
76 awesome people watching now. Thank everybody for coming in.
Oh, I'm going to click thumbs up here because I forgot. If you forgot, you guys should hit the thumbs up too.
Yeah, I did forget.
If you happen to have any questions out there for anybody up on the panel or any
think I
comments
saw-
or whatever.
Freddie had a question. I think we might have missed it. I think he was
All right.
asking Roger when he's taking Justin on a trip. There we go. Roger.
Oh, for crying out loud.
I have no idea what he's talking about, but there was laughy
Well,
icons behind it.
Justin was crying about every time I want to go to Hoover, I want to catfish, and he wants to crappie fish.
Oh.
So he's always been crying, I want to go crappie fishing. I was like, man, if I'm going up there and there's 50-pound blues here, I'm going to fish for blues. 6? What's that for, Danny?
336. You didn't see the 3 and the 3 and then the 6?
No, I just saw the 6.
And he was throwing a fist bump at me, and that's why I was trying to quietly acknowledge him.
I got
Yeah.
you. I got
It's
It's not quite as easy as this, is it?
Hey, Jody.
Coordinated. They're used to wrapping around.
Hello,
the
Miss
rod, they're
Jody.
doing this.
How are you tonight?
Running down the highway. Well, I'm not running
Oh.
down the highway. I'm driving to a parking lot right now.
Oh crap, Vance here. See you later.
Got to go.
We were just talking about Kentucky. I was. Somebody just messaged me and said that the last few videos I put out, or the fishing pictures I put out, the commercial guys in Kentucky have been watching and following all my videos to see where I'm at, to see where I'm catching fish.
Well, they do that with that. They do that with a whole bunch of them.
Yeah, well, I didn't think they'd pay attention to me, but I just got confirmation, some screenshots that they are.
That's unfortunate. We don't have to deal with that here.
It's so frustrating.
It's on before I get back on the road.
Well, on the flip side, we do have high pressure, so
Yeah. Fish being caught and fish being killed, two different things, though.
this
These
is
guys-
true. Well, they're keeping them. The guys, most
Oh,
of the
okay.
people that fish out here keep fish. So
Okay. Well, that's the same difference then, really. These
Yeah, all
fish
there
ain't
is,
coming
I'll
back.
have to remember to do that. He showed me a picture of a no-roll sinker. It was marked at $52. It
What?
sent that picture to me. Yeah, it's crazy.
For what?
For one sinker, they wanted $52 for it. He sent
Was
me the picture. I might have to show it to you sometime.
Was it
Uh,
10 pounds?
I could put $52 on this Freddy Cat if I want, but I ain't gonna get it.
Yeah.
I got some of them laying around here too somewhere.
I got all kinds of Freddy stuff sitting here.
I got. I saw a question up here from Buck Williams. I have a question. My lake is down 30 feet for gate repair. I'm fishing from the bank. Should I change my spots?
If that
Do you
ain't-
normally do good on your spots when it's not 30 feet down?
Yeah, those fish are gonna be concentrated in deep sections.
Yeah.
If you're not fishing where it's deep, I would look for deep. You're also going to get a draw. If it's that low, you're going to have creeks that feed in. You're going to have a lot more concentration of flow from that creek, whereas before, when the water was up, it's just going to kind of come in slowly or even back up. Now you're going to have flow out of that creek where you normally wouldn't. So creeks would also be a good place to target when that water's down that low.
Hello, Freddie Claus.
What's up, Freddie?
What's up, Freddie?
up?
Oh crap, Freddy's here.
I whipped out the Freddy cat.
Jeez.
See, you had to do it, Roger. You pulled out the little Freddy cat, and look what appeared.
You mean Freddy cats?
And speaking of Freddy, I have to do something.
Oh boy.
I'll be right back.
Oh, I was gonna say-
No, you're safe, Mark. You're safe.
Oh.
I'm not going to do the sturgeon story. I won't even bring
Actually,
up.
I'll still be here. I'm just going to take an adult break here, so keep it
Freddie, how
family
goes-
friendly for Jody until 2 a.m. Isn't that the rule?
Yeah.
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 You mean Roger size Freddy cat or Freddy size Freddy cat?
Oh. Dang.
So you getting some orders for those, Freddie, for Christmas ornaments? Those are pretty cool.
I've had a couple, not a ton. I've had a couple enough to keep me somewhat busy, but I'm actually doing a lot more of my burning stuff right now. I've got 4 orders that came in since yesterday. So
I saw somebody using a 3D printer to make his own Crocs the other night.
yeah, well, the material I made this one with, it's actually really spongy,
Uh-huh.
so you can actually make them with it. So
So Freddie,
yeah,
what was the total of the highest bid tonight to get you to eat some Walmart bait?
240.
240. Man, my breath would have been smelling like that bait at 200.
I was so close. I was close, and I was like, my head was like, if it gets to 280, I'm gonna have to do it.
Yeah,
Just because.
man, at 200, I would have J-dogged that stuff.
Well, not for human consumption and contains lead, kind of.
Yeah. It would have been one of those throw it in my mouth, chew it for a couple seconds, spit it out, and rinse my mouth out. But hey, if the people would have paid enough, they would have seen it.
Well, you got to factor in how much the hospital bill is a lot of times and help you make that decision.
Yeah.
Well, the good thing is my wife's a nurse, so she could take care of me.
Well, I don't know why you didn't do it then. You had home medical care right there.
Well, no, she's at work tonight. That's the problem.
She was the one helping bid on it as she upped her life insurance.
Yeah.
She was sitting there thinking, do I got the jumper cables in the truck or are they at the house?
But no, yeah, like we were saying, like y'all were talking about earlier about research. It's true because Roger. Well, I'll contest. I watched Roger's videos about him below the dams and bumping right below the dam. So what did I do after on my 16th spot this month where I finally caught a fish? I went below the dam.
Yeah.
And as soon as I did, I wasn't there 30 minutes and hooked up. So yeah, the advice that's given on all these shows, especially for the new ones that are out there, is great.
You gotta love it when a plan comes together.
And now I'm in 5th place in the bank tournament this month.
Good for you. Congratulations.
Rez says the deepest hole in the river here is about 7 feet. You think they will be in there? Yeah. There's no. What kind of fish are you talking about? That doesn't sound like blue clat water.
Mm-mm. Sounds like
Camel
Fox
cat,
River.
maybe.
Sounds like
channel
Fox
cat.
River water.
Yeah.
Well, we've got some rivers here in South Carolina that are 8 to 10 foot. There's the deepest spot, and they've got plenty of blues and flatheads that are over 30 pounds in them easily.
And
Well, we
flatheads
rolled
don't mind shallow water, that's for sure.
When we were fishing this weekend, we had a lot of sunshine on Saturday. I think it was Saturday, and so we moved up on a shallow flat, and it was about 4 to 5 feet deep, and there were catfish absolutely everywhere on that sandy flat and that sunny day. even though the water temperature is only 40-some degrees. But it turns out they were all channel cats. We whipped in there and caught 3 or 4 channel cats within like 10 minutes, and we was like, no, we're not sticking around here doing this. We rolled out. But don't be afraid to fish shallow water in winter.
No, they'll be there, especially on a good sunny day, whether the water's warmer or not. They're getting that heat off that sun through that water.
Remember, it's need over want. Yep, whiskers and stripes is right there. Deep is relative to your water, so and you know, even in our pools of water here, you know, some pools 30, like the pools I've been fishing in, 30, 35 feet is deep. And that's it. Until I move.
Yeah,
you know,
if you're fishing in the deepest hole when the water drops, it's still the deepest hole.
Yep.
You know, when that water's up high and you're fishing the deepest hole, when that water drops, you're still in the deepest hole.
Right. The only thing
when there's a 30-foot drop, I can't even imagine what it's like to get a boat into that.
Yeah. Yeah. The only thing that changes, like I said, there is where when you've got feeder creeks that feed into a creek, a lake, a reservoir that's deep like that drops 30 feet, where you normally wouldn't have any flow because that water backs it up. Now you have flow, and those can be really high probability areas. Jacob says, did the kid who won your tournament get those stickers? I'd have to double check. I know he got a lot of stuff, but there's actually a couple prizes still out there. We had somebody that was moving and wasn't able to get stuff to him right away, but making it up to him now.
Did they get their? Did
Yeah,
Dallas get his card?
Yep.
Cool.
Yep.
I want to make sure them.
He did.
Brian B in the house. What's up, Brian B? What's up, Mike? How you doing? There's Uncle Lou.
Brian B says, "What I come into talking like that?" I think I was talking, so I'm not sure. And Mike's fishing home asks if Jody's got anything yet. We're still looking for the first fish.
She got a bite a while ago, and it got off on her.
Uncle Lou says Iowa is a high probability area.
What, for retirees?
Oh,
Ooh.
Fat Boy Fishing's in the house. What's up, buddy?
Behave yourself, Vance. Sandy's in the house.
Oh,
Like that's going to stop me.
Making sure he's at work.
yeah.
Oh no, she's making sure I'm still moving. Because when I was in Jody's last Thursday, my phone went completely berserk. And where I'm at right about now is where it told Sandy the rest of the night that I was sitting till I got home. Everybody in Jody's feed was, Van, call Sandy, Van, call Sandy. And I'm like, never got any. And all of a sudden it just boom. I started getting all kinds of messages and
Jody Whiskers and Stripes wants to know, are you fishing shallow or deep?
I'm fishing shallow. Back behind me is probably up to 5 foot if you go far enough, and in front of me is 40 foot.
Okay.
And I've had several bites. And I'm using small boat.
Uncle Lou
Oh, we
says,
finally got her to downsize.
Uncle Lou says, Vance, drive in or out here to put those soft hands to work.
it ain't time for your, it may be a diaper change time. I don't know.
And Sandy says she's at home packing your bags, Van.
Yeah, we're headed for Lake Wiley tomorrow.
Nice.
Oh.
I'm
coming
jealous.
down my way?
Yeah, we're going to fish Lake Wiley with Dieter tomorrow or Saturday.
Nice. You should have really good luck. Wiley
I think so. And I think
Wiley
they're
is known
calling for
for
like
good-
mid-70s Saturday.
Well, I don't know there. It's about an hour and a half, 2 hours north of me.
I won't
but,
see those temperatures for months, so I'm just going to go dark here and sulk in private.
Hold on, this part.
It's supposed to be like 60 something the next couple of days, but it's going to rain.
Yeah, I seen something the other day, Mark. I seen something the other day, Mark. I told Sandy, I said, I want to buy that, box it up, and send it to Mark. He's always talking about ice fishing. There's a Sportsman's Warehouse up in Indianapolis that had, it looks like they've taken 2 hunting blinds and stuck them together, but it's insulated.
Uh huh.
It's for ice fishing, and it's got a door on each end. I was like, well, that's about neat. I said, I need to buy that and send it to Mark.
Yeah, I got a big shack. It's it'll hold 8 people max, and it's insulated and it's warm as heck, but it weighs close to 60 pounds. That's the problem. And if you don't have a snowmobile and you don't have a side-by-side, you're pulling that behind your fat ass on the ice. It ain't that easy in 8 inches of snow. That's the only problem with those huge shanties.
I've seen some of them.
Go ahead, Van.
I've seen some of them that when I've drove up in Wisconsin and stuff, that on the lakes, that they'll have their trucks parked out there beside the.
Oh yeah.
Like nope, not me.
Yeah, I'm right on the border where we get ice for part of the winter, not all of it, and it comes and goes too much to be super safe. I won't go on a river here, but north of me, maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours is where they're doing that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Backlash Fisherman says his wife laid down a challenge to him that if he can hit 500 by February 14th with a community tab, that she's going to dye his beard aqua blue and hang mermaids in it while he does a live stream.
Speaking of beards, Freddie, when are you and Brian B going to do the beard challenge where you got to shave one off?
We are tentative for the 18th, the same day that that Dan's doing his Goober Gauntlet. That's why Brian didn't get into it because he had already set that date for me and him. I told him he could have got into the Goober Gauntlet and we could have postponed or whatever, but that's the tentative date. Again, we're gonna look at weather first. You know, if we're gonna be safe first, make sure. So
I'll be okay weather for sure.
If we both got okay weather, that's when we're going to do it. I'm just hoping my signal holds up because I'm going to be probably just below the dam and dragging baits up to the dam where I'm catching fish at right now because not only right there at the dam, but there's about a 4-mile stretch of that lake part that is the fish are on fire right now. So that's my best possibility to catch those 10-plus pounders because that is the biggest stipulation. They don't count unless they're over 10 pounds.
Woo, wait.
Wow.
Because everybody knows Brian catches lots and lots of fish, but they're 90% of them in that 5 pound and less range. So
I've seen him catch a few big ones. Tim says, Freddie, I love you like a play cousin, but Brian B gonna whoop you on my birthday.
We're gonna see. Yeah, that's all I can say.
My birthday's the day before Tim's.
As long as I keep catching those 17 and 18 pounders left and right, like I started doing yesterday, I think I have no problem. Because it's going to end up being most weight. So
it'll be fun to watch. That's for sure.
Is it best 3 or 5 or something like that?
No, that's for the bank tournament. For the month-long bank tournament, it's your best 5. But for mine and Brian's, it's going to be total weight. Whoever has the most weight. So,
but it has to be over 10 to count.
Yep.
I like it.
And you guys don't forget, Avid is still at 990. He needs 10 more subs. If you guys have not subbed to Avid, please go do that.
Right on, Danny.
Yeah, I think Avid to get some of those that he lost in the past 2 days back here eventually, but we need to go ahead and push him to get him back over it easily. So if you thought you were hook set to him, when you get a quick second, click on his channel, make sure it's still there. If it's not, resub to him, rehook set. That way,
absolutely.
The numbers.
That's a good point, Freddie. That happens more often than you think. Every now and then, I'll click on a link, and I know I've been subbed to him, and for whatever reason, I'm not. I got to resub to him. It does good. If you see a link pop up, just click on it and give yourself a double check every now and then.
Yeah, I've had that do to me to several of them. It dropped me off of Brian B and Has. and I think there were like 5 more, and I had to go back and redo them because I was sitting there thinking I was subbed to them, and I go look at their channel and I'm not. I'm like, well, I know for a fact I was.
The ones I found that it's kicked me out of are the ones that I clicked on in a link in a chat
Yeah.
and went to. Any of them that I went to and I've searched and pulled up myself, I've never had a problem with.
I haven't thought about that. That's probably a good point.
I
If
always
you
wondered
click
if
on it in the
sub-
link and it links it there, it marks it as possibly a bot, is what I was told.
Okay.
I always make sure to hook set a channel whenever I'm watching a video.
Right.
During the watching of the video, I'll let it run for a little bit, and then I'll do that.
Yeah.
I think what a lot of people do though is when they're in this live stream, they don't want to miss the live stream. They see the chant, they see the link pop up, they click
They'll
the link,
subscribe
they
and then go back.
click the hook, but then they forget to go back.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Is what it is.
Whiskers
I'm
and
guilty of that.
Stripes, Whiskers and Stripes asked how to get the hook set / sub to stick. Well, what you do, let me see if I can do it as good as Snatcher does.
You did it good earlier.
You go to their channel, you click subscribe, you click on a video, whether it's 2 minutes or 20 minutes long, you watch the entirety of that video so the system knows that you watched the full video. Then you click on the comment about that video, type a comment pertaining to that video, and then the hook set or sub will stick to that channel.
Now, do they also need to hit the bell and the thumbs up button on that video?
Nope.
It's always great to hit the bell, but you don't have to for the hook set to stick.
Okay.
What the bell does is it just hits your every time they go live or they're putting
Right.
something up. It's great to hit that bell though, because then you know when they're going live. Because if you don't hit the bell, then you won't never know if they go live unless you actually looking through your channel list. So that's a great point, Danny.
Yeah, because I
Absolutely.
always do the whole thing. I subscribe, hit the bell, hit all, then go watch the video, get the thumbs up, and make a comment. So that when you got a lot of channels, man, that's a process.
Yeah, you get the channels get lost in the mix when you have a lot of subscribes and a lot of notifications set up. So.
Absolutely.
And also with mine with the reminders is I found out I had to go turn some of mine off because
I do too.
it runs my battery down because it's constantly ding, ding, ding.
Yeah.
Yards up or something.
Go out or
I have my notifications set to where I actually have to look at my phone to get them. I don't get the I don't get the dings and stuff. So
We go to the beat and try it, and if it don't work, come back at the
go
show.
out there and see if we can anything.
did we lose Stan or did he say
Yeah.
good night?
No, he's been in and out. I don't know what's going on with him.
Well, he jumped off real quick to take care of what I asked him for earlier.
Uh-oh.
I don't want to know what kind of picture Stan is.
Yeah.
We don't want to know those.
And Tinkerbell is in the house.
Well, funny you should mention. It's a wonderful picture of a wonderful 200.
Don't say it. Don't say it.
Jody, kick Freddie out. If he says that S word, throw him out.
I thought maybe you two were setting up an OnlyFans page or something.
I muted him. Is that good enough?
Tinker Bell, hello, welcome. Thanks for stopping in.
What's going on, Tink?
You learn your lesson, Freddie?
It was a 200 and yeah, I'm done.
Santa Claus.
That was your
Mark.
warning.
Evan says Jody's muffled.
Hello.
I can hear you just fine.
I can hear you fine.
Yeah.
We're gonna scat out to the deep water and see what we can get.
What's about time?
Yeah.
About time.
Yeah, you're on a boat. You shouldn't be sitting nowhere more than 30 minutes if you ain't getting a bite. That's what Roger says.
Oh, I forgot. I didn't take his advice. I'm sorry.
I
Yeah,
move a
Whisper
lot.
Dream says $2 for saying the S word.
Woo! I didn't say the S word. I stopped before I said the S word.
The notes I learned was don't sit the spot too long. And if what you're doing is not working and you don't change it, don't expect a different result.
There you go.
And I learned that from Muskrat.
No, but
No
Yeah,
way.
that's a lot harder to do when you're a bank fisherman carrying a whole lot of gear.
Well,
That is
bank fishing, you
absolutely
just
true.
got to wait them out. They'll come back
Yeah.
to you.
That is true.
But when
Well,
you got a
fishing is
boat
the thing.
payment and a gas card to pay for, you want to make sure you're using that thing, right,
Yeah.
Roger?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I fished some really rocky banks on the Mississippi, and to move down that at night, it's just not worth the risk, man. You could fall and get hurt really bad, real quick.
Well, Danny, this is what I used to do when I was mainly a bank fisherman. I fished those banks for a long time, kept my logs, learned where the fish are at certain times of the days, certain time of the year, and plan my trips accordingly. If they're going to be, at this bend or at this choke point on, this time of year, that's where I'm going to go fish. Do the same thing, but only a day at a time rather than 15 minutes at a time. That worked really well for me.
Well, my problem is a lot of people watch my videos and figure out exactly where I'm sitting at.
Get
Yeah.
there before them.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's what I was saying earlier. Somebody was taking screenshots of conversation they had with that another guy had with a commercial fisherman, and they were basically saying that they've been watching my channel, Chris Souders, and a couple other local guys down here to figure out where we're fishing at, so they know where to go set their gill nets and hoop nets.
I've
It makes it tough because you want to fish and you want to put out content and you want to be live and stuff. But that's what happened this last year. I started backing off. If I'm bordering Kentucky water, I don't really fish much live and put much content out there because for that reason.
I found some guides and some other local YouTubers in my spots as of late, at least starting this year. So it'll happen.
Yeah. Imagine being the guide that is consistent. I've seen a comment from, oh shoot, his name just slipped me. Marky had him on the show. He fishes the James River, daggone it.
Adam Cook?
Adam Cook, yes. Yeah, he had a Facebook post there about a week ago, I think, where guys are following him around and fishing his spots. You'll have that.
That'll happen. That's all I can say. There's not much you can do about it.
Now, if you're fishing, like when we came to the James and we chose our areas on our own, and then Adam ended up coming in and fishing the same exact areas we chose 3 days in a row, that made you feel pretty good that the pros you're on the same level here, same thinking wave anyway as what the pros were. I kept running into Adam out there.
Well, a lot of times if I fish the same spot for an extended period of time and start getting more pressure on it, it's kind of a good thing. It pushes me to go to different places and fish spots that I haven't, and I may wind up finding something even better. It helps me move around. If not, if I'm catching fish consistently in one spot, I'm staying there. And man, it's nothing wrong with going and finding someplace new every now and then. It's kind of exciting to do that.
I like Whiskers and Stripes comedy says, flip the script, do your intro and outro in dead water and then catch the fish at locations.
The old bait and switch.
I was talking to another YouTuber that I've had on my show a little while ago, and he'll post videos 2 months later just to throw people off.
Yep. I'm going to start throwing stuff out a year later.
There you go.
No, actually, I've just got so much content that I didn't get through last season. I thought about putting it out. It's relevant.
Well, I generally don't let it bother me because the Mississippi River is a big river. And if you can't find a new spot, it's because you're not looking.
Yeah.
I mean, I've got
I wouldn't even know where to
miles and
start
miles
on the
of
Mississippi. That intimidates the heck out of me. But I'd enjoy doing it.
Yeah, I fished Mississippi up by Quincy when I did Fishing for Freedom, and that area at that time anyway, up by I fished Keokuk and a couple other areas up there, and there really wasn't flow like I thought. I didn't really experience the real Mississippi till I fished this year below Memphis, fished Mud Island and south of it, and that was the Mississippi I had imagined with all the wing dikes, 4, 5, 6 mile an hour current. That was a different experience.
Has says we got spot burners on the Potomac. Had to air some of them out on our Facebook page. Yeah, we got those same pages. They don't care here.
Yep.
ZFG.
Yep.
Yeah, I when I went down there with Avid's meet and greet and fished the Mississippi right at the mouth of the Kaskaskia, it was like fishing in a hot tub. I was so undergunned for that and nowhere near ready. Never fished that kind of water. From my understanding, it's rather narrow for the Mississippi down there, and they're 5-6 mile an hour current easy in the dead of summer.
Hmm.
You know, I got 2 10-ounce weights that are, you know, water skiing behind my boat.
That's rough.
There's been times I felt like I had to tie on a house block or something to get it down to the bottom.
Well, Lyle tells me stories he used window weights when it gets really bad, like on the Missouri and stuff.
You know what? Believe it or not, I've done that. I have actually done that. You could, because they're cast, and if you're lucky, you can take them and take a hammer and you kind of judge where you want it, and you whack them, and they'll break off into smaller weights that you want. You just break them off, and I've actually done that. It's not a whole lot of fun pulling them in, but man, they'll get out there and they'll sink.
Yeah, we didn't even try anchoring it. We bumped it. We bumped the whole. I don't know if we ever anchored in it. I think we bumped the whole time we were there, which was awesome. I absolutely love bumping, and we caught some nice fish. We caught a few over 40, and I think we had one over 65. But
oh yeah, it's nothing for me to be sitting at a spot on the bank and look out, and there'd be 10 or 12 boats out there slowly going by, bumping that river. I mean, that's big. That's a big thing here where I'm at.
Yeah, I love it. We don't get to do it very much here, just because the current on the Ohio really doesn't allow for it. Unfortunately, the only time we really get enough currents through the winter. So spring is about the only time I can really bump anywhere except for the dam. Now we could bump at the dam, but you're only going to get a couple hundred yards before you got to go back up to the top and start over.
Yeah, it gets a little tedious there.
I can't fill a drift sock in the dead of summer here.
That's insane.
It is what it is.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I fished the waters I got. What do you got there, Jody? You got marking fish?
52 foot of water.
And looks like he's marking fish.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Jody, you got to turn those fish markers off.
Yeah, I don't like those either. Yeah, you're getting the long streaks because you're sitting still. I was looking at that the other day.
Yep.
We now have your GPS heading and your coordinates.
It is locked in, screenshotted, good to go. You may proceed.
I'm not sure what she's trying
to do. Roger,
did
you get on any Black Friday sales for more electronics?
Man, I wish. I'd love to have it. Even that 106 Garmin would have been a great deal. Even with the 54 GT, if you understand how pixels, well, I know you do. You're geek like me. Yeah, that 106, even with the 54, was a great deal.
I still have my 7-inch, unfortunately, but I was kind enough to have a subscriber give me his GT54, so I'm going to strap that on my boat and see if that makes a difference on mine.
Oh, it will.
Hopefully it will. It was the right price. He made me pay for shipping.
That's awesome.
Yeah, Whiskers and Stripes. I fished the Mississippi River near a town called New Madrid, Missouri, down in the Boot Hill.
Has says I'm burning that spot on Facebook tomorrow.
You got
it. Yeah, Jody, I would turn the fish markers off. It actually kind of clouds your view a little bit.
How do I have to turn them off?
You say you did, or how to?
No, I don't have to. They've done it when I got it.
Well, you got to go and turn it off.
Flip a switch.
Yeah, I don't know how to cut them off. When I got it, they's on it.
I love Garmin, man. For out of the box use and all that. One of the best features I think in my Garmin units over all the others is the scroll speed when you set it to auto.
Auto, yep.
Because Garmin is GPS guided, and it will automatically slow down and speed up your chart speed regardless of your. Now, if you're running a Humminbird or anything like that, you've got to manually, go in and slow that down and speed that up, or you'll mess up your imaging.
You think they would figure that out by now? But then again, they're not. You know, they got their side imaging is fantastic if you have the scroll speed right.
Yeah, Humminbird, in my opinion, hands down, has side imaging locked down. When I fish with Skip, I mean Zach on his, he's got a 12-inch helix with the Mega. It is unreal.
Yep.
We can find tires on the bottom of the river, and I can tell you what kind they are.
Well, I'm hoping Chad will send me some pictures of what that GT56 looks like on the Ohio. Hopefully you can get that pretty tuned, and I'm pretty confident that the fact it's a Garmin, that it's, if he has his settings set to auto, he'll do all right with it, you know?
Yeah, that's one of the really cool things about auto. And pretty much if you leave, unless you're getting in strange situations, muddy water and things like that, where you got to change your gain some. Outside of that, you're pretty golden with the auto settings.
Yeah, that's the only, I mess with the color pellets and with the gain. That's pretty much it.
Yeah, same here.
Whiskers and Stripes, you know where a town called Wycliffe, Kentucky is? Because it's right there close to where the Ohio dumps into the Mississippi River. If you're ever around that area, holler at me, man. I'll meet up with you and we'll fish.
You ever fish that area, the confluence there?
I've done it a few times. It's a little bit out of the way trip for me, but every time I've went, it has absolutely been worth it.
I was gonna say Terry Rogers spends a lot of time down there, and he runs a guide service. Of course, you probably know that, but man, he's got this fish figured out.
Oh, absolutely.
Who's that?
Terry Rogers.
Oh, is that where Terry's located?
Yeah.
Yeah, you take a trip with him, you're going to be on fish.
Looks like Freddie's coming to the rescue. Looks like he went and got his Garmin out.
All right.
Mine's all right here.
Nice.
Hey, Freddie, can you run that down there to Jody real quick?
I'm gonna get you, Danny.
Yeah, just jump on your sleigh and fly on down there, buddy.
Yeah, it's called Fish ID, Jody. Whisker Dreams is absolutely right.
Yeah, Fish ID. Did you see the transducer she has there, Mark? It's a GT40.
A 40? Well, as long as it works, right?
Yeah.
Jody seems to get on the fish, whatever works for her.
Yeah.
I think I got a 52, so mine isn't that bad, but it's still, you know, that's 8 years old, I think.
Yeah, I've got a 52 and a 54 now. By the time I can afford the 56, they'll be up to 60.
Well, I'm thinking that's going to happen this summer. I think that's why they have the Black Friday sales every year.
I thought the guy at Bass Pro, he was pretty accurate on the Black Friday sale. Of course, this was 2 months prior, but he said there was a transducer out after the 56 already.
You know, I did see something on a Garmin site, but I can't tell you what it is, and it wasn't in that. It wasn't in the GT. It wasn't a 50. It wasn't a 58. It was like a GT24 or something weird like that.
Yeah, yeah.
And I was like puzzled. I'm like, I had to quit looking at it because I was this close to go getting that 1006. And then actually I went over to Cabela's and he says, yeah, we only had 3 in house. They were gone first thing in the morning. So
yeah,
kind of made my decision easy.
Even
and then Bass
online.
Pro Shop said they had one up in Gurney, which is literally like an hour and 40 minutes north of where I was at. And I'm like, I'm not going to risk it because just because they say they have one in stock doesn't mean they did, and they wouldn't let me buy it online. So,
well, even the online deals, I know Whiskers and Stripes. I mean, not Whiskers and Stripes. Catfish and Dreams. Brandon, he was messaging me about. He never had a Garmin before, and I was giving him my thoughts on it. And he got up at like 4:50 to hit the 5 a.m. deals. They've gone.
Hey, Stan's back.
welcome, Stan.
What's up, buddy?
Hey, how's it going? I heard there's a show tonight.
Yeah, we had. God, leave it alone.
Where's our show?
Now, Roger and Mark, I had a bank fisherman ask me a question the other day, and I have absolutely no knowledge of what he's talking about. I think I've seen them, but he said they come out with some gadget, looks like a ball, and you tie it on your rod, throw it out there, and it app is on your phone, and it's a fish finder for bank fishermen.
Yep.
Now,
Deeper.
do you guys have any experience on those, or those junk, or what?
I do. Deeper actually sent me their first generation one back in the day. It just showed up in my mailbox one day, and the first generation one, it was driven by Bluetooth, so I kept losing signal. But if I was close enough to my phone, I was able to see, you know, depth, ledges, stuff like that. Don't think of it as something to find fish. Use it to
Okay.
find structure and depths, and you'll be okay. It's if you're on a
Well,
bank
he
and you
was
want to know
asking
how
about
deep
that's
something is, you're not used to
Whoever
counting
used
your
it
lead
didn't know
before it
about
hits
it.
the bottom. It might be of service to you. And for $100
Okay.
these days, I mean, me and the wife, we went out to dinner tonight. I was talking about this in Panfish Nation. Two cheeseburgers, 2 fries, and 2 shakes was $80 at Shake Shack here. It was crazy. First time we've been there, we wanted to try it out because it's kind of famous place. So, and yeah, that was a lot of money. We ain't going back there.
I can go to McDonald's and get a Big Mac, fries, and a milkshake for $8.
I was gonna say that's damn near $10 alone. So
Yeah.
You're talking about $20 to go to McDonald's anymore.
Yeah.
So yeah, $100 for a bobber that you use, or a sonar bobber that you use from the bank. If you're serious about it, I don't see why it wouldn't be worth it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Make sure your lines are good. Make sure your knots are tight, though.
Oh, no doubt.
I was looking at those.
Oh crap!
How far of a distance can you get away from those?
Well, the
for
one I
Bluetooth
had, like
or
I
the
said, was
signal?
Bluetooth, and Bluetooth back then wasn't as good as it is now. Now they actually set up a network where it's on Wi-Fi, so I imagine you can get a little farther. But I couldn't tell you exactly or specifically. So,
In my opinion, if you've got reels and rods and other things like that you would like to upgrade, I would say spend the money on that before the deeper. But
yeah,
because you can do the same thing with a sinker. I use a rock and a rubber band. You tie that and cast it out, and you can pretty much find where the ledges are and the depth and et cetera, et cetera. Or you can do that trick where you put the heavy sinker in a bobber.
well, Stan, you and I are older than dirt, though.
Yeah,
Well, I've had to do it that way.
I do all the old school stuff, but
Oh, let's on.
Or
I'd
go
be
to
so-
Mark's favorite place and go to Navionics, and then you can look at the depth chart and the
No, them aren't always right.
I was looking at
That's right.
upgrading my maps on my Humminbird for Christmas. That's what I was thinking about asking for from the wife, because she wanted ideas. And I went to the Navionics, or actually the Garmin site, and they were showing me what is covered and what isn't. And literally, like, maybe I want to say maybe a third, close to a half of the waters around here aren't even looked at. Make sure you check all that out when you go to look at it. And
Yeah,
Garmin uses Navionics, so it's the same information. Like the
Well, we
Fox
pulled-
River here, it's not marked. So
Oh, wow.
Yeah, we pulled Navionics up on the spot that we're fishing, and there's absolutely no information on it there.
Yeah.
John Oler.
Most of our rivers are that way. Now, community edits, people will upload stuff when they've mapped it out themselves. But it's still kind of sketchy because, a lot of people don't pay attention to changing the actual levels when you're recording. So if it's 3 feet high and they record it, that's the information you're getting. Or
unless they enter in the offset, which they got to do.
Right.
And then you have to enter in the offset on yours as well. It's on both ends that you got to do that.
But it will help show you, like, hey, there's, it's showing us a deeper hole here, which no matter what the water depth is, it's going to still be there. Just don't trust it entirely.
Yeah. No, I was just saying it gives a bank angler some kind of guide.
Mm-hmm.
Like for me at my dam spot, I knew exactly the area, the deeper spot through that dam was that channel.
Yeah.
Because if where I'm fishing at, the Georgia side is actually the shallower side, and my South Carolina side has the deeper channel through it. So I'm like, yes.
John,
yeah,
in the house. What's up, John? Thanks for
If
stopping
it gives
in,
you an idea, that'll definitely help. But I just have bad memories of spending like 2 hours looking for a so-called 14-foot hole magic mystery deep hole on the Fox River that to this day I've never come across. So wasted half a day fishing looking for that damn hole.
Yeah.
And Mark, you bring up a good point. with you hear a lot of people say, oh, they're shallow or deep, or that's different in every body of water. Like Mark just said, he's looking for a 15-foot hole. Well, here that's shallow.
Right.
We're looking for 60 foot and then mythological 70-foot deep holes. So
I'm going to make a video this summer. It's going to say I dropped my bait in a magical 9-foot deep hole. What?
Might as well.
Well, if you
Don't
follow
forget to
Big
throw a fit
Nasty,
about it.
Big Nasty was on Lake Murray today, and Lake Murray has 180-foot holes and spots in it. So, and he actually on his Facebook he has a video of them of the electronics as they were riding over one of them. And it was like 150, 160.
I was fishing 143 feet down there where Big Mike fishes on the parts of the Tennessee River out there at Raccoon Mountain. We got into 143 or 144 foot of water and marked fish.
The deepest water I've ever fished, well, and not for catfish, I was on a charter for salmon, was like 362 feet on Lake Michigan.
Good night.
And you couldn't fathom it. It was almost spooky thinking that how much water is below you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tim said I wasted my whole life looking for that damn hole.
Wait, how did I
Even
get
Jody got a
top? I
kick
was
out of
down at
that
the
one.
bottom.
Jody, did you guys get set up yet?
Huh?
Whisker Drains was saying Jody was fishing shallow earlier in 13 foot of water, but that's the Tennessee River.
What's going on, John Euler? How you doing, bud?
It's always great to see you, John.
Hey, John.
Watts Bar is that place is crazy. It's got so many twists, turns, coves, canals, channels. It's a hot mess. It's hard for me to figure out exactly, which way was which once you get out there. But when we went down there, we did pretty good. Of course, we went there for eaters. We fished lower ends down below the dam, did bumping for bigger fish, but we ran into Catfish Dave and we said, hey, we need some eaters to take home for a fish fry Saturday. And he took a map, GPS, and dropped a pin and said, go right here. He said, do you know how to troll edges? Said, yeah, we know how to troll edges. Go right here. 30 fish in 2 hours.
Nice.
Yeah. I was like, oh, okay. Well, and he was dead on.
Yeah, Watts Bar's on my list next year. Definitely. Probably in the fall. We'll see what happens. But I'm going to go down there for a week. I'm going to fish for flatheads and crappie while I'm down there because I need to get a 70. It's what I'm looking for.
Yeah, Whisker and Dream says Jody fishes it at night. It's big and crazy. There's islands everywhere. It's like there's stuff popping up everywhere.
Mark, I don't know if you saw it, but before stand day started, we got a 15-inch crappie this past Sunday.
Holy cow.
I didn't see it. I'm sleeping in on Sunday. Sorry, Stan. I tried to get in there towards the end. Last two stand days, I tuned in right when you were shutting off. Not even kidding. I don't even think you saw me say hello.
No, I might have missed it, but that was pretty cool. 15-inch. We're coming across some big crappie here in the James this year.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Well, how are you fishing for them?
I might just have to get out there and do some crappie fishing.
How are you fishing for them? What were you using?
Believe it or not, then I was just using a night crawler, a high-low rig, a double Kentucky rig with night crawler.
I've never caught a crappie on a night crawler. I keep thinking about making it one of my goals. I set goals every year. Like this year was a 40-pound flathead, which I lost at the sighted boat. I know he was 40. I think he might have even been bigger, but I'm not going to say that. But he was at least 40 because I got a sticker placed for my 40-pound class fish, my catfish sticker, and my Catfish Weekly sticker. And so that one's going to have to wait till next year. That's got to be on the Fox. Other than that, maybe a 15-inch crappie next year or one on a worm. We'll see. I do silly stuff like that for myself. Give me something to do.
One of my biggest crappie ever was on a night crawler, and I ran out of bait. And long story short, I used to take daughter to school when me and Janice first got together. Her daughter didn't want to move down here. She only had like 2 months left of school. She didn't drive. There's an hour and a half one way to school. So I would take her to school, but there was a lake right next to the school. So I would take her to school, fish all day, and pick her up. And so one day I ran out of minnows, and I still had a couple hours left. So I flipped over logs and found some worms, and I caught a 16 and a half or almost 17-inch crappie on daggone worms.
Yeah.
You know, one of my bait spots, Roger, here, I've never caught a crappie in it, right? I'm out there with Berkeley 1-inch minnows I'm slaying the bluegills, right? And then all of a sudden something bites kind of funny. I'm like, what the hell? I missed it. Threw it back out there thinking there's some big bluegills or something out there. Boom, I reel in a 14-inch crappie out of this pond I've been fishing for years. Never even knew they were in there,
Oh, I don't know.
But boy, it was stinky because it was a drainage pond, so I threw it back.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sandy caught her first crappie this summer down at Taylorsville Lake. It wasn't but about 11 and a half.
Good night, Tim. Good luck in the morning.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll take 11 and a half all day.
Oh, yeah.
I'm happy.
The funny thing was, she run up to the phone because she was recording a video. And she run up to the phone with it, and she goes, "Look, I got one!" And she held it up, and I was putting another fixing her something on her line. And by the time I turned around, she was throwing it back in the thing. I'm like, Okay.
Yeah.
All right, fellas, it is 11 o'clock here. I got a niece's wedding, a very dear niece's wedding of mine to go to Saturday morning. Tomorrow, I got to do all the uncle running around because her father isn't in the picture. So I'm going to have to say goodnight to everybody. And thank you, Jody, for inviting me up here. I appreciate it. And thanks for the conversation, everybody.
Thanks for coming
Hey,
up.
Mark.
We'll see
All
you.
right, we'll talk to you guys
Always
later.
good to see you, Mark.
All right, have a good one, guys. Good luck, Jody. Get on the fish.
Later.
We're drifting now.
I forgot he was in a different time zone. I'm like, it's only 11 o'clock. Yeah, it's 12 o'clock.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 12 o'clock here.
This
It's
right
11 o'clock
here,
too. Yeah, it's 11 o'clock where I'm at too.
this right here, this is one of my favorite for just about everything, from crappie to pickerel to bass to trout and old Meps aglia. And this is a 2, but I'll usually go down or up. I used to keep some of these and some old school Rapalas, and that I could fish for everything. But those
Some of those.
that aglia long with that prism blade, that would, if it swam, it ate it.
I used to run those in the small creek I used to live by, and man, I would destroy everything. Smallmouth, little white bass, saw guy would hit it, everything. Bass, you can't beat those.
Well, you wouldn't believe what I ran up on last Sunday. Where I fish out in the Mississippi River, there's this creek that dumps into the river. And a lot of times I'll throw a cast net in there to catch bluegills and stuff for bait. But the river's down so low right now that I went down, walked along the riverbank, and came to that creek and started up and carrying my cast net. And the creek bottom was dry. It's all rocks. And I followed it up in there about 60 yards up into this wooded area. And I came up on a hole. I bet it wasn't probably 15 foot in diameter, but it was probably about 5 foot deep. And I threw my cast net in there to try to catch some bluegill, and I pulled up 42 crappie in that cast net.
Wow.
I had to throw them all back because it's illegal to catch the crappie in the cast net in Missouri. But I guarantee I'm going back there with a crappie pole if this rain doesn't flood that hole out. I can get them with a crappie pole. Can't get them with a cast net. And I'm talking about big slab crappie too. They're trapped in that hole. And if I don't take them out of there, that hole's going to dry up, and buzzards and the raccoons and everything else are just going to eat them.
I'd have caught that many. I'd have done forgot catfishing. I'd have done been home. Got
We got some pretty. We're pretty thick with game wardens down here, and I'll tell you what, they're everywhere. So you fish legal or don't fish.
This right here, these little squeak baits like a 3-inch long. I do it. I fish it weedless and weightless. Just let that flutter down, pop it up, flutter down.
Yeah,
That's
I've used those. They're great.
Yeah, I do it's a 3-inch one, and your big crappie, bass, everything will hit them. Trout,
Oh yeah.
but you get it just
I caught trout on them at John F. Kennedy State Park down in around Heber Springs, Arkansas. I used those. That minute trout just light them up.
and fishing it weedless and weightless like that, and it's just slowly fluttering down. You get into a school of crappie, and man, you just it tears them up.
That's the rain quit.
Yeah, Stan, I've thrown those for trout and had even just a little split shot in front of it.
Yeah,
They would not touch that with that split shot. You take that split shot out there and throw it out there and just let it kind of float down, and they would smack it every time. But if it came down too fast, they wanted no part of it.
Yep. I agree. That's why most of the time I fish it weightless like that and catch monster bluegill. Yep, David, awesome. Yeah, they'll tear that up too.
Yeah.
Yellow perch.
Yeah. Well, I'm going back out of here. I'm going to try to get one of these orders I got to get done real quick and then head to bed myself. Appreciate Jody. Thanks for letting me in.
You're welcome. Bye.
All right, Freddie. Always good to see you, Freddie Claus.
Yeah, brother.
Yes, Freddie.
Later, Freddie.
We'll see
Later.
y'all.
Bye, Freddie.
Well, that was awesome. Glad to have Freddie up.
And Melissa says, "Hi, Jody. Nice to see you out on the water, sis."
Hi, Melissa. She's my sister.
David Smith, yes, I'm talking about below the dam at Heber Springs, Arkansas. We camped there at the John F. Kennedy State Park. We take our camper down there because our son lives down there. And right below the dam there, you got to get past there's some green signs there that says you're not allowed to keep the fish beyond that point up by the dam. But if you fish below that green sign, if you want some keeper trout, you can actually keep them there.
And we've got George Ray out there. There's Chris Everett. Hello. Central Valley Adventures. Yeah, I wish we had some dams here. We don't really have that availability to fish a lot of those around here.
Well, if you're ever at that dam that he was just talking about, that David Smith was talking about, if you ever get to Arkansas around Heber Springs and you go below that dam fishing, if you hear that siren go off, you've got a very short time to get out of there because if not, you're swimming.
Yeah.
They don't wait on you.
Melissa out there. How you doing tonight, Melissa? Hope you and Frog Leg are doing well.
Frog leg.
Oh, frog leg. It's hog
What did
leg.
I say? Did I say Frog Leg?
You said frog leg.
Man, I'm
You tell
thinking
what
about.
Stan's got on his mind.
I love frog legs. I could eat them.
Yeah,
I
Stan's
like
got
them
frog
better
legs
than
on his
chicken
mind.
wing. I think if they would if people would try it, that the chicken wing shortage would be solved because you can make those frog legs like just like buffalo wings.
Oh,
Man, that's
good.
delicious.
I can eat my weight in frog legs, and that's a lot of frog legs.
Yeah, I hope Froggy's not out there. Is Frogster here?
She was here earlier.
She get mad.
I'm just going to start calling McGrib and Melissa then. All right, McGrib.
I can't believe I said frog legs.
We can believe it.
Central Valley says, Stan? I say, Stan, you can't host worth a lick. Man, that's funny. I was thinking about frog legs too. I guess that's why it came out.
Yeah.
Are we talking
you
about
gotta
food?
figure, how many of these things do you do in a week?
Wind's catching it.
Who me? How many lives
Yeah,
like this
every
do I
time I
do?
get on YouTube, I can't get on YouTube at any point in time without seeing Stan up there somewhere. I'm like, does this man ever sleep? I'm like, oh
Probably,
God.
yeah, no, I don't sleep much.
No, I'm not
Probably
complaining, man. I enjoy it.
every day. A couple days. Like was I live yesterday?
See, he can't even remember.
Yes.
It was the day they used live.
Chances are, I'm gonna roll the
Wasn't
dice and say
yesterday?
yes.
Wasn't yesterday Brian B's no script?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, and then that's right, that was yesterday, and then the day before I was on hog legs at like 2 a.m. I was out fishing.
You need to try to come up with how many hours of live stream you think you do a day, like average. I think you have us all beat like tenfold.
I guarantee it.
It'd be some kind of golden whisker category.
Yeah. And the funny part is that I do a lot of hours live on my own channel, but I say by far I've done more live hours on other people's channel without a doubt. But you know what, I love it. If somebody asks for help with doing anything or you know, how to do this or that on StreamYard or starting a channel, I'm more than willing to help. I love helping people. I love talking with people, and I just have a blast doing this.
Did you ever look into the daggone it, through StreamYard, the co-hosting program and all that stuff? Did you ever look at any of that?
No.
I know it's a paid feature and they want you to pay more for it, but I didn't know how much and if it's worth it. I don't have a co-host right now. Well, I've never had a co-host because I can't stop talking long enough. But
yeah, I think it's like the $10 extra a month. I never really checked into it because most of the time when I'm doing it, thank you, Chris Everett, is, you know, we'll just do the code, you have that person log in or you log in with their email and then you get the code. Most of the time do it that way, but that is the way to do it. You can do it with people that you're not as familiar with and you're you don't want to do the whole, let them have access to everything, but
yeah. Of course, I wouldn't. I mean, on my end, for what we do, I don't think it would make it really hurt anything.
No.
Schedule live and do something devastating to ban your channel, I guess.
The only thing they could do is with your past broadcast, they could delete that and delete it from YouTube, and that'd be the only thing really.
Yeah, David Smith. I'm going back to Arkansas. I think in the middle of next year. I'll definitely go check that out. Man, I've got so many out-of-state fishing licenses right now. I can't even keep up with them.
Yeah,
I spend more money on that than I do anything.
Yeah, most of the time, out-of-state licenses you're better off just getting the whole year. If you're going to plan, if you think you might go back one more time, it's at least all the licenses I buy, because I end up buying Ohio, West Virginia, Kentucky, Tennessee, Alabama.
Yeah,
I got a whole year of Virginia this year or not.
I think they get a little carried away with the price difference in that. Yeah. I mean, I get it. I understand if you're local and you're a resident, okay, maybe, you know, $5 extra a year or whatever for out of state, but they charge you like, you know, 5 times the cost of a license.
Oh, absolutely. The three that I maintain is, of course, my Missouri fishing license, which is resident license, so that's not too expensive. But also maintain my Arkansas license and my Florida license.
But yeah, I don't know. I think that should be really my opinion on how a lot of that should work, and it's gonna be just a hill of beans. But if they would just make the rules and regulations a little more common sense, a little simpler, keep the prices down a little bit, I think they'd end up making more money because people would the people that do take the chance and fish without the license, if it was a little more affordable, there's a good chance that they could buy it. And then, you know, the out of state, or, you know, you would have people that might be willing to travel to your state to go fishing and do it the right way if, you know, they didn't have to pay $100 and whatever just to get a license.
I agree. It's like I can gamble and fish and get $100 ticket or I could pay $150
Yeah.
to do it legally. I'm like,
Yeah. Exactly
Well,
my point.
it's also a numbers game. If you go in and they charge you $100 for that fishing license, and then you go up there and they know how, and anybody that fishes know you may go up there and skunk the first time you go. If you spent that $100 for that fishing license, there's a pretty good chance that they're going to come back again and spend more money at local restaurants and this, that, and the other to come back again to make sure you catch some.
yeah, I don't think most places in Ohio and Kentucky are some of the worst, but I don't think they understand the draw and the economy that comes along with the sport fishing. You look at, you look at Wheeler and, even on the Mississippi. I'm not familiar with the Mississippi, so I can't remember the name of the big tournaments that happen on there. But you look at what those towns go through when a big event rolls in. The hotels flourish, the restaurants flourish, everything flourishes. And by them devastating the Ohio River of trophy catfish, they're taking away. They think they're making money because they sold these fish to pay lakes, and then they got taxes from pay lakes, and so they got money coming. But I think in the long run, if they left those big fish in the waters and made this an attraction for the country, the revenue generated would be far more greater than what they get right now by selling catfish. And they're not a renewable source. They're taking them faster than they can grow.
That's true. David Smith, I know where that spot is you're talking about. I'm definitely going to be getting up that way. But like I said, but Florida for me is my most expensive because when I go down there, I have to buy a freshwater license if I'm fishing freshwater. I have to buy a saltwater inshore license and a saltwater offshore license. And you add that up, and it's a pretty good chunk.
How supposed to dreams know that?
Yeah.
Somebody get stung, did they?
I gotta say though, I gotta say that our DNR or whatever they changed the name recently. I think they changed it to the Virginia DNR now, but and also the MRC, the Marine Police, Marine Control, whatever, Marine Resource Control. They're actually pretty decent people. Stan 3 was out, and he's got, now it's all on the computer, so you can see a record, and he had forgot to renew one of the licenses, but the game warden saw that he has been licensed for, the sportsman license for how many years, and this and that. So he was able to just let him, he's like, I see that you're always a licensed fisherman. And he was able to let him just go in right then and there and buy the license and no ticket, no nothing.
Yeah.
And most of the ones that I've had dealt with, they're just really decent people, answer questions. And I actually had one say, I don't know. Let's look it up together. I was like, you got to be kidding me. I'm not used to people like that. So that was awesome.
I just
Well,
looked
like
at
good grief, I can't remember the law.
Stan, look at the timestamp.
Oh no!
Hey, when I looked at it, it was 2/22/22. I was like,
yeah.
Yeah, the video Steve Douglas put out from where he caught that what would have been a West Virginia state record.
Yep.
And the biologist looked at him. He goes, I can't write you a ticket. He goes, that ain't my job. He goes, but technically you fishing illegal.
Yep. Yeah, because he wasn't fishing the bordering state. So like Ohio, we can fish. We could, like I can get a West Virginia state record even on Ohio license because Ohio borders West Virginia.
Well, he did have an Ohio license.
Yeah, but he's not a resident of Ohio. He had a non-resident Ohio and non-resident West Virginia, but he's from Kentucky.
Talking the boat pretty good, ain't it?
Yeah, he didn't have a non-resident from West Virginia, but he was fishing that tournament.
Right.
I watched it 3 or 4 times. and they were launching out of Ohio, so he'd bought an Ohio fishing license, but he didn't get a West Virginia. And that's like where we're going down to Lake Wiley. We have to have North Carolina and South Carolina fishing license.
That depends on where you fish. If you don't
Right, as long as you stay on the one side of it, right.
Right. If you don't cross over, you don't need both licenses. But in the event that you do, that happened to me when I fished. Fished a tournament called Kentucky Bluegrass Catfish Bash out of the Red River, and south of it was you need a Tennessee license. North of it, you need a Kentucky license. But in between, you could fish either. You could have either. Well, I had planned on fishing south the whole thing, so I bought a Tennessee license. Turns out we couldn't find bait, and we ended up at the Kentucky Dam or Berkeley Dam, either one, trying to catch skipjack. Guess where the game warden showed up?
And that right there is what I was talking about earlier, Roger. If they would just make these common sense, I mean, that's just stupid. Just because, where we used to live was New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania. The Delaware River was the border there. There was actually a spot where the Neversink River, the Delaware River came to a point, and that was the tri-states. There was a marker there, New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania. And you literally could put your foot on that marker and make a cast, and you could literally, in one cast, you could cast across 3 states. And, luckily it was the bordering state. They had agreements and stuff like that, so you were good with that. But, I mean, imagine you go 1 foot in one direction and you can get a ticket because you're in another state.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just the common sense there doesn't make sense. And I'm trying to read. Go ahead.
I think
Melissa's just rubbing it in, saying it's supposed to be 80 degrees there. She might break out the swimsuit and land.
Yeah, I saw that.
I still got snow on my porch.
I think it's Dale Hollow or one of them down there by the Tennessee-Kentucky border.
Yeah.
They've got a little cove that sits right on the inside of the Tennessee line. And the game wardens will sit out there on a boat like a cop sitting out there on the interstate for a speed trap. There's no lines marked. There's no buoys, no nothing that says you're going from here to here. And this was before they had GPS on depth finders or anything like that. And you cross that line, they'd nail them all the time. As soon as you cross that line, here they come.
Yeah.
Hey, Jody, we were getting a lot of noise, so I just muted it real quick. So if you're going to say anything, you just got to unmute.
You gonna say you guys are drifting
Yes, the wind.
with all those lines you're moving?
Yeah, we're just with the current. We got pretty good current. Go big or go home.
Buck Williams says it's the government. They never make sense about anything. Well, there's
Can't argue with that.
And if the states would do things like have reciprocatory deals where if you have let's say you have it where the states are bordered like that, like the Carolina, North Carolina, South Carolina, where for like an extra $10 or whatever, you could buy the other state's license. You buy your state, but then you could be out of, a non-resident for the other one where you add the $10 and then you get it for fishing, just something similar, something simple like that instead of.
No, that's too easy. They want their money. They know they're either going to get it from you by paying the out-of-state fee or they're going to get it for you for fines. Either way, they're going to get their money.
Yeah. But anyways.
Yep.
Guys, we got to look back though to when to the times when there was no conservation departments or anything, and man, the even just like the deer and the fish and everything was getting wiped out. I mean, those regulations really do help a lot. I just think that the money part of it they get a little ridiculous with some of the regulations, but man, a lot of what we have now we wouldn't have
without it. Without a doubt, Danny, I agree with you. Every time I meet a conservation officer out in the, whether they're doing a ticket check or just driving around, and
Right.
I always say, I appreciate you being out here. Thanks for what you do, because, they do. Our resources are very valuable, and without those in effect and people out there to monitor them, we can't. we're that. We don't do a good job of monitoring and keeping ourselves in check. So
No, because you look back to the days of the market hunting and stuff like that, it would be wiped out now if that continued.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean I like paying all those all that money for those licenses.
Well, if they just keep the politics out of it, would be the best part of it, or the bureaucracy.
That's what I was trying to say. There you go. There you go.
If it was conservation the way it was set up and to do its job and leave it alone, there it is. Okay, that's fine and good. But then you've got people that want to micromanage things that they have no business even sticking their nose in, and that's where we get the problems.
Yeah. Try to, like me, we got a new local game warden down here on our area of the river. And, I got his business card, a first name basis. And I introduced myself, and he said, I know who you are.
Yeah, it's always good.
Yeah, that's well, how do you know that?
He watches my channel.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
But when the game warden knows you, it's either the best thing in the world or the worst thing in the world.
Yeah.
I'll give you a funny story. Zach lives 10 minutes from the river, and that's I fish with Zach and Skip a lot. Zach lives 10 minutes from the river. He fishes all the time, and somebody called the game warden and said, "Hey, there's this guy down here commercial fishing. He's stealing fish." And he's like, "What do you mean?" He's like, "He's selling fish. He has to be." I was like, how do you figure? It's like, he is fishing every single day. Nobody fishes this much. And just so happens, Zach was, he was laid off for a while. And the game warden came down there and seen Zach's truck, and he's like, "No, he really does fish." He's like, "Did you see him take a fish out?" He's like, "No." He's like, "Well, what made you think he's stealing fish?" He's like, "Nobody fishes this much." He's like, that guy does. Trust me, I watch it all the time. He's like, that guy fishes all the time. And that's the thing, game warden, we were friends with him, or at least, on a first name basis.
Friendly.
Yeah. Acquaintances, yeah. So,
yeah, that's actually a good idea. I wouldn't mind calling up the local game warden, and
yeah, our guy's name's Cody.
That's awesome.
I've seen Cody out on the water. I've seen his partners out on the water. I've seen West Virginia state wildlife officials out on the water several times. I have never seen Kentucky on the water ever. And y'all know I fish a lot. I've never seen Kentucky on the water one time.
That just means they're really good at hiding.
No,
I don't think they're out there.
They don't care.
I don't know what their priorities are. I'm sure they've got other things on their agenda or priorities, but they are not, in my experience, they are not on the river.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
No, not on the Ohio River. Now they will check Taylorsville. I have seen them there.
But don't you guys have one per county?
Supposed to, but most of them's one game warden for 3 counties.
Oh,
wow, that's a lot of area.
That's a problem.
Yeah.
And then you hit a season like right now with deer season in.
Yeah.
If you want to get away with something on the water, right now is the time to do it.
Did you see that video I posted a few days ago, man? Dude's got like 3/4 of a mile gill net.
I heard you say something about it, but I hadn't.
Oh, I heard about that.
Yeah. He was live. The video quality wasn't great, but he was live, and they actually showed up and started checking the net while he was there. So he just pulled up, spot locked right next to the net, and was videotaping him. And they wouldn't do anything while he was sitting there because they knew that's all illegal. Their net wasn't marked. There was no identification on the nets. And they say they're targeting spoonbill. They're not targeting spoonbill. They might take a spoonbill if they get it, but they're taking everything they can get their hands on.
Yeah, anything gets caught in there, they're taking.
and that does damage to the fish. You guys know that. Gill net works. Stan, you guys work with gill nets all the time. It's not good on the fish.
No.
I've done it. I put out Stan's 3's gill net and caught like 25 catfish. I'm like, what the crap? We wasted like an hour digging catfish out of this gill net. I'm like, oh my God, this sucks.
Yeah, it's one of those things. It's a fine line, and you got to try to mark the bait, mark the schools of shad, and get the net like right there. And
well, we did, but that was why the fish were there.
Yeah, but the fish, they were chasing them.
Yeah,
it's like Ryan is. I know Ryan's had a video. I think there's been another one of down there Taylorsville of jugs.
Yeah.
And I think there's been some nets they found, but jugs that aren't labeled, aren't tagged, and I've seen a few videos of guys. There's a guy on a pontoon, him and his boys, and I guarantee they had 50 jugs out.
Yep.
And and like I said, this time of year, they've got so many wildlife management areas. Like the weekend before opening gun, the 11th was opening gun season for the state of Kentucky. The weekend before that, all the wildlife management areas, well, the majority of them had their what they call quota weekends for guns, where you got drawn. Well, they have 2 to 3 game wardens at each one of those while they're doing those check-ins. Well, how many counties are without game wardens on those weekends?
You know, I'm going to backtrack on something. Roger, you was talking about trying to get catfish out of a gill net. How much? If you ever thrown a cast net and landed on a whole school of baby channel cats, try to get those out of there.
Oh,
Man, you talk about a nightmare.
I've done it. It's not fun. You will get cut.
They do not want to come out of there. Every barb on them sticks in that net.
I usually have to break the barbs off from at least one side to get them rolled out of there, and then they can get them out of there.
I threw a net one time and pulled it up and thought, my God, this thing's heavy. Nothing but little baby channel cat, little fingerlings. And man, it took me an hour to get them out. I bet I got stuck 20 times.
Cat Fishing with says, I'm so excited about my abus coming. I'm not sure if I'll sleep. I'll be stalking the mailman tomorrow. I know I'd be sitting in the window like.
I know we were talking about reels earlier. I didn't hear anybody mention the Ancient Mariners.
Yeah, I was surprised because I'm pretty happy with what I run. I'm always open to suggestions, but the Ancient Mariners is on my list to try at least once.
Somebody put it out in chat, but I have not seen Ancient Mariner yet.
I did.
It was you that put it out there. I knew I saw it in chat, and I really had no.
I bought one up at Muddy Water, and for a mid-range price, I'm thoroughly impressed with it.
I thought Ancient Mariner was on the high end. I thought those were high-end reels.
No, mine didn't. I think I paid like $70 for mine.
Well, you could pay $60 for an Abu too, but it's not the one. It's not the one you want.
Yeah.
I got the slow motion in my head, like. Da, 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 da,
yeah.
That's the most disappointing thing, though, when you're expecting a package and you know what's coming, and you run out there and they go, "Got nothing for you today. Maybe it'll come tomorrow." Add another 24 hours to the clock.
No, like marking packages when you expect your income tax check to come in the mail.
Yeah.
Not today.
Now, they got tracking now. It's like, hell no, it was in the truck loaded at 7:45. I see it right here.
I saw it. That's right. Yeah, they if you don't have that, you can check the USPS.com, whatever. You can sign up for your mail delivery. It shows you exactly what you're getting in the mail that day. So packages, I'll say the packages on the truck or
I
what
don't
letter.
wanna know, I don't want to know how many bills I've got coming tomorrow.
Yeah. Yeah. I can just tell you right now, just go ahead and leave that one and that one there. They ain't getting paid right now.
Yeah. That's this week I've been off YouTube for the better part of this week. I've been crunching numbers and making phone calls. I'm looking at buying a truck and a semi. And dude, I've ran so many numbers. I'm so looking forward to being out on the water Saturday and not having to see a number, nothing.
Well, when I had jumped off of here before, it was a whole series of events that happened. I had to send a picture to Freddie, but then Stan 3 showed up, and I made the right decision to not go fishing tonight. He, not a bump, not a bite, not a little nothing. Another person he met when he was coming off at the ramp, they didn't get anything. So he spoke to several people. So good chance I wouldn't have got anything. So I made the right decision there, I think.
Same thing happened. I was supposed to fish with J-Dog today, and he went out yesterday and fished and didn't get a single bite, nothing. Our river just kind of shot up out of the rain we had. It just shot up quick. So that's normal. Fish for the first day or two are going to be pretty gun shy. When things start calming back down, we'll get back out there. But
Sunday it wasn't very good Sunday either.
Right. Yeah, it's a 2-hour drive for me pretty much to get down there to fish with J-Dog. So he said, "How about you just wait a minute?" So we'll wait.
Yeah, because me and Sandy were fishing with him Sunday, and Tara caught 2. That was the only 2 caught, other than what Chad and Dee caught out down there where they were fishing.
Mark Anthony's got the 5,000 subscriber rod giveaway. I bet it is awesome.
Man, that's congratulations. That's a prize right there. I'll tell you what.
I fish with Doc Lang every now and then, and he's got a rod that Lyle built him from like 30 years ago, and still uses it.
Talking about the bumping rod?
Yeah, well, yeah, he's got that one and another one, I believe. But yeah, the bumping rod is one of them that he.
Yeah, because I think the bumping one is the one I've heard Lyle tell that story about half a dozen times.
Yeah. Yeah, Lyle's he's backed up. It's hard to get get an order in with him. I know some guys have been waiting for a long time.
I will be fishing the beautiful James River here in the beautiful state of Virginia. I'm not sure which spot yet. Kind of depends on what happens the next couple days. Saturday, I'll be fishing in the Walmart bait Iron Cat. I'll fishing in that on Saturday morning. Look out for that. I got my 2 wonderful baits over there. I am not store bait kind of person, but
yeah, I got a surprise for you. I'll see
What's
you
that?
there, buddy.
Oh, you're in it?
On Saturday. I've got to go buy my baits tomorrow and send him the pics. But yeah, as way it looks right now, I'm gonna be in it. And yeah, Jody's really happy about that.
I was in it. I ended up canceling.
I think because you canceled is the only reason I got a spot.
Yeah,
So
I told him a few days ago that I didn't think I was going to be able to make it. It's just not in the cards right now for me.
Well, I hope it's not pouring rain. If it is, it's going to be a problem for me. See,
here's the winning baits right here. Primo Blood.
Yeah, I've
got a jar at the house, and I've got those at the house.
So we'll see. I got high expectations for the stink bait for at least some channel cats here.
Oh, absolutely. They love that stuff.
The Magic Mics. That's what we use for channel cats around here, and we do pretty good with it. The chicken liver and blood, and the night crawler and chicken blood.
Well, see, here's the thing about those dip baits on the Mississippi River. Those two things don't mix.
They wash right
Because
on.
you put a
Wash
dip
right,
bait,
yeah.
you put a dip bait out there and throw it, and within a couple minutes, it is all washed off. You got to have something solid. That current eats that dip bait up. I
Yeah,
mean,
that-
you're putting a great scent trail out, but that's all you're doing.
Yeah, that Magic Mike's is we've used it the last 5 years. That's what we usually catch most of our eater little channels out with.
Yeah, they love that stuff.
Yep, and as everybody knows, the Iron Cat, it's just all you got to do is catch one fish over 16 hours during the first 4-hour period to make it to the next one. And then the next one is you got 2 hours to catch a fish. So it's only got the only requirement on it is that it's got to be over 16 inches. So we do have channel cats here, and I'm thinking a lot of the blues will eat that too. And so that's going to be what I'm using there. Thank you, Kaz. Thank you. Yes, and those I did get picked for the Goober Gauntlet, which is on the 18th. I'll be fishing in that one. That's on Green Machine channel, Green Machine Outdoors channel. It's the guy that won it last time, and also the one that won the he was the one that won the Iron Cat Monster Hunt. Chris Parker, double C catfishing. So he's in it. Myself and Stan 3 both got picked, and fourth one. Son of a gun. I was on live with Dan tonight, and we just did that. We just picked the people. I forgot who the fourth person was.
Dan, you probably need to get like an hour of sleep, and all that'll come right back.
Yeah.
That's where I'm at.
Yeah.
I'm getting ready to head out and get to bed myself. I got stuff I'm supposed to do in the morning.
Well, I did that one with Dan, the Goober Gauntlet, and then Ryan Bortz has his show on Thursday nights. So I was helping him with we had Paula Smith was the guest on that tonight. Really touching.
Yeah.
Paula's dealing with cancer right now, and so if you could send some prayers out for her, that would be greatly appreciated. Awesome lady, she's out there, and somebody that puts their heart into fishing. It's definitely her. So.
Yeah. Well, guys, I think I'm going to hop off here and go try to crawl in bed for a little bit. And so good night, Jody. Thanks for having me on. Jody's not even here. What happened?
Yeah.
She bounced out a little bit ago. I don't know if she lost signal or what.
You guys go ahead. Nah, they're moving, so they probably lost service.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know how they move with that many rods.
I don't either. I would have a knot. It'd look like I'm weaving a blanket.
I guess that's the benefit of doing it from a pontoon boat. It does spread them out a little bit more, but still, that's an awful lot of rods to be moving.
Yeah, I'd like to see Stan try to drift in that little John boat of theirs with all their battle weapons stuck out.
Yeah, we do drift, but we usually cut it down to like 6 rods, 4 to 6 rods when we're drifting, even in that little boat.
And you're using planer boards though, and you're in the daytime.
Yeah.
No planer boards in at night. That's gonna be rough.
Yeah, if you get into learn the different techniques, it's really not as hard as, you got your planer boards out there, use your different weights, the different size weights so you can control where they go. And you really, after a while of doing it, it's pretty, you get pretty good at it.
Yeah. Well, we'll figure out what we're doing live for this weekend. I think I'm fishing with Skip. It might be Monday or Tuesday. It could be Sunday. I think it ain't Sunday. He's got church service on Sunday, but we'll figure it out and go from there. If not, if I don't go live fishing, I'll be on the show Tuesday night with J Dog and Tara. That's what's going on.
We'll be looking forward to that.
Absolutely. All right. You all have a good one. We'll see you guys all soon.
Right.
Always love talking catfish with you, Roger. Have a good one.
Night, brother.
Okay.
And then there were 3.
I was just gonna say that. Down to 3.
Yeah, I've got about probably about 10 more minutes of it, and I might be. I got early morning work tomorrow, so we'll go down there 10 minutes. I saw somebody up here. Stan, now have you ever used those little packaged shad at Walmart?
Yes, I have.
I've used them one time and never even got a nibble on them.
Yeah.
Same here.
You know, they can add all the color they want to them. I mean, I just can't get anything by them.
Yeah, I haven't had luck with those, and I've never really even used this at all. But I figured that would be the next. Out of all the baits, that's the one I've got the most faith in.
Well, now,
probably in the river, I probably won't do good with these, although I have caught some on dough bait before.
Yeah.
So we'll see. We'll see.
Say the ones out of the 2 you showed, Stan, one I've had the most luck out of is what you just had in your hand.
The dough bait? This one?
The magic
Really?
mics.
Huh. Well, we'll see.
I've caught more fish on that than I could, and I've tried just about everything Walmart's had.
We will see. I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be a lot of fun. That's, I enter these things just because it's fun. I love being out there. Win, lose, or draw. I'm happy being out there. Happy fishing with everybody. I wish everybody the best of luck in the tournaments. Any rule against
which one of the guys it was, but he said he was going to the frozen food section in Walmart and going to buy some frozen raw shrimp and some whiting and chunk that up. And I'm like, okay. I didn't know if that was on the list or not.
No, you see, that's people misunderstood it. They thought you could go to Walmart and get any bait. There was a specific list.
Right.
It's your prepared catfish baits. So it wasn't like, if it was a Walmart bait, well, I would just go get chicken and shrimp and that.
Yeah. Bought it at Walmart.
Yeah, but it's not. It's I think there was the dip bait, this primo bait. You had the dough bait, the magic bait.
Yeah, there was those fiber nuggets. You could
fiber nuggets. Then you had the.
Go ahead, Stan.
You had the Rusty's shad, the red or the green. And it was supposed to be the just the Rusty's, the one brand.
Yeah.
Yeah,
well, I've never used the fiber nuggets. I think I'm gonna give them a shot.
Any rule against soaking them in strawberry Kool-Aid? No, I don't think so. I think you could put the other additive in there.
Yeah, that's a good question. Can you add a scent to those baits?
I never saw anything on the rules that said you couldn't.
Yeah, I didn't.
Or say, use that. Danny, you were asking about the shad. The only person I've ever seen catch anything on them is there is a little old guy that fishes out at the local Finn's pond out at the county park, and he buys those, and he buys a tub of chicken liver, and he'll open the Ziploc bag, dump the chicken liver blood and juice down in the bag, and then just zip it back up.
Okay.
And he leaves it in there, and he's basically throwing dried shad out with
rehydrated the chicken blood.
Yeah.
I have seen him catch them on them, but just straight out of the package, buy them at Walmart, go to the thing.
I've never seen anybody catch anything on them. I've found them when people have dumped whole bags out of them on the bank because they were just ticked off about buying them and not catching nothing. They'd go up to the fishing spot and there's little green shad laying everywhere where they just slung the bag and dumped them out.
Yeah, if I was going to use them, I would definitely try to rehydrate them a little bit with some fish oil or something along those lines, or you can put just a little like some sort of oil in there to give it some sort of rehydration, I guess, and so it would actually put a such scent trail out there.
There was an old guy that told me a statement one time before there was some kid we were talking about it on the dock one day down there at that same lake, and old guy turned around and looked, he goes, why would a fish buy anything that don't need to be refrigerated that won't go bad?
Well, why would he? Why would we? But we do. Let's see. Yeah, they do have ones though. Which one is that? I think.
There she is.
Buddy!
My phone died.
We thought you pulled the lead and your phone fell in the water.
Nope.
I think we've all had that happen before.
Mm-hmm. Yep, it had.
That's why I've got like these all over the place. I almost don't leave home without a couple battery packs with me.
Oh, I got it plugged up to a big jumper battery box, but I didn't have it plugged up.
Again, yep.
Yeah, you got the same battery box I got.
She was catching so many fish she forgot to plug it up.
And bull butter, I ain't caught a thing. He caught two, but I ain't caught nothing.
Jody, have you got that battery box where you can hold it up, or is it wired up where you can't get to it? Because I want to see if that's the same one I got. That's it. Those things are awesome.
A little bit heavy.
Yeah. Well, see, now you've got the 1,000 watt. I think the one I got is only 750.
I've got the battery compressor.
Yeah, you can jump your car with it, everything.
If I fill my battery in my boat.
Yep.
It'll be the first time I've done it.
Yep. I've got the same one, only I've got the 750 watt, not the 1,000.
Cast fishing with Cause. Hello. Yep. Mike's Fishing Home with CFS.
Mm-hmm. Mike's been in and out all night. He comes back and checks on Jody, and then he'll go somewhere and he'll come back and check on Jody. And I think this last time he stayed the longest because you weren't here, and I think he was a little worried.
Yeah. We went ahead and moved back up into the shallows on top of some fish again.
And I see that's right. Dan is fishing in it this weekend. He says, I just gotta hope there are fish around Saturday. Yep. Good luck, Dan, Alicia. Danny, you said you're fishing Saturday.
Yeah, as long as I can get, if I can get everything took care of, I'll have to break loose from work tomorrow because he said I need to send him a picture with my 2 baits, and then I got to figure out what I got to do from there.
Yep. Yeah, he put out. It's a pretty good video. Y'all want to check it out on Palmetto Cats. He put out the promo video for it where we all did a little.
I watched that. But I went to his website and tried to register for it. And it was like, sorry, this is booked full, whatever. And
yeah, he did the registration for it.
I saw him on the live stream, and he said, "Well, I've got some openings," and I'm like, "Okay, I'll go check it out." And probably the only reason I'm in there now is because Roger dropped out.
Yeah, so Saturday is going to be a good day.
And Stan, that runs from what? From 8 to 2?
Yeah, your time is 9 to, or is it 6 hours? Well, actually, it's going to be it's going to start at 8 o'clock Central Time, 9 a.m. Eastern Time.
Okay.
Pretty sure it's 9. Dang it! Now I got to check.
Because I think I had to be on the water and fishing by 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
My time.
Yeah, it'd be 9 Eastern.
I'm pretty sure I got to go double check. I'll double check it. He's got all the things there, so the way that it works is everybody that's everybody's in the first round. You've got to catch 1 fish in that first 4-hour period.
Okay.
Whoever doesn't catch a fish during that first 4 hours, they're out.
Okay.
Whoever's left, then there's a 2-hour period. And you've got to catch at least 1 fish during that 2-hour period. to go on from there. So whoever doesn't catch a fish during that 2-hour period, then they're out. And
Now,
then go
Go
ahead.
ahead. When you start out now, if I understood this, make sure I know the rules on this. You start out, you can have you're only allowed 3 rods, but you can have them loaded up with the bait of your choice, right? And then they said at 30 minutes, they spin a wheel or something.
Yep. Now, from what I understand, it's going to be bait of choice on rod number 1.
Okay.
Then they're going to spin the wheel for rod number 2 and 3. I believe he's going to spin the wheel right at the start of it. So if you have, let's say he spins the wheel for rod number 2, and Primo blood bait comes up,
Yeah.
then I would have to put this on rod number 2. If not, then I could use whatever choice.
Okay.
And then
What happens
same
if I don't have the Primo? What if I?
Then it's your choice. You only got to switch it to that bait if you have it. That's why everybody has 2 baits. So you got a 30% chance, 33% chance, because there's 6 baits to choose from.
Yeah.
So every time the thing is spun, you've got a 33% chance that you're going to have to put that bait on.
So you start out with just 1 rod in the water until they spin that wheel then?
I believe so. I could be wrong with that, but I know rod number 1 definitely is bait of choice, and you start with that.
Okay. I completely misunderstood that. I thought starting out, you could throw out 3 rods with your bait of choice. They spun the wheel and you had to change rod number 2. And they spun the wheel again and you had to change rod number 3 if it landed on that bait. I don't know. It'll happen as we do it, I guess.
Yeah. He's gonna spin the wheel every half hour.
Right.
For all 3 rods. All 3 rods.
For all 3 rods.
Yes.
Well, this was getting more interesting.
Yes, all 3 rods. That's why you got to have the rods labeled even. Rod 1, rod 2, and rod 3. So that you know which one is 1, 2, and 3. And that's why he needed the picture of what 2 baits you have. This way it's proof of the 2 baits that you're using. And the choice bait, you're allowed 1 bait of choice. So if it's going to be shad or bluegill or eel or whatever, that's your 1 bait of choice. So you're allowed to fish with your bait of choice until it's spun for that rod and it lands on one of the baits that you have from Walmart.
Okay.
So if it never lands on Primo blood bait, you'll be able to use your choice bait for the whole day. But if every time it lands on that, you got to change that rod over to that bait. Now, if I got this bait on, say rod number 2, and the next half hour it lands on this bait, I got to switch that blood bait over to this.
Okay.
So it's going to be pretty interesting. I like the idea. It's going to be a lot of fun.
You'll be doing a lot of reeling and casting.
Yeah.
Well,
Definitely going to be a lot of interaction. So.
Well, in the Rocky area I'm fishing, I'm going to be doing a lot of reeling and retying.
Yeah.
I'm going to have a bunch of leaders already made up because I fish 3-way swivel rig over there on those rocks. So I'm going to have a ton of those made up where all I can do is when I break one off, tie another one on.
Hey, Stan.
Yeah.
Do you have any like of the 2 gauze that they use for chicken liver or anything like that?
Well, it's funny you bring that up. I've got a whole big thing of cheesecloth out there.
Okay. That Mike's, if you go to use it, take you a couple pieces and stick in there and wrap it around it. That will hold it on. If not, you don't want to try to sling that out very far. It'll sling it off a hook, even if you got it on a treble hook.
You're talking about
it'll go flying.
Yep. That.
Yeah. Yep.
Do it like you do chicken liver.
Yep. Awesome tip. Thank you.
See, that's why I'm going to go with the. I probably won't have any choice. I'll probably have to go with the fiber nuggets and maybe a bag of those shad because in the current in Mississippi, those other baits, they're not going to be on my hook but 2 minutes and it's going to wash them off, even no matter how I throw them out there.
The magic bait you could probably use but if you go to Walmart and get it, go over to the women's section and buy you a cheap thing of pantyhose.
Yeah.
That'll hold that magic bite. That magic's on there for current.
Okay.
You
And
don't want to use something as big with the cheesecloth or gauze. You want something with really fine, but pantyhose should work for you.
the only thing with pantyhose that you got to double check your state's regulations. Like here in Virginia, we're not allowed to use it because it's not a natural. You can use like cotton because it'll disintegrate, but the nylon stocking isn't a natural thing. So in Virginia, we're not allowed to use them.
I say in Kentucky they don't.
Which I was shocked about. I never thought about that before. And then somebody said something, and sure enough, I looked it up. And yep, but yeah, I used to use them for chicken livers. If I was going to be doing chicken livers, I'd take the stockings and I would pack them up at home before we would leave. Then all you got to do is just put the hook in it when you get there. But it has to be biodegradable. Yes. Thank you, Dan.
Well, guys, it's 12:07 my time here, and I got to be up for work in about 5 hours. So I think I'm going to bounce off here. Jody's in good hands with both of y'all. I had fun. And as soon as I leave, she's going to hook a fish. I guarantee it.
Well, that's what's going to happen, man. You know that.
I'm counting on it. I never count Jody out. Even when I leave, I think if she's still going, she's still got a shot. But everybody had a great time. Appreciate everybody. And Jody, thanks for having me up tonight. Good luck to you, Stan. Nice talking to you.
Always good talking to you, Danny.
All right.
Later, Danny.
Well, if I don't see you before then, Stan, I will see you on the riverbank Saturday.
Awesome. Looking forward to it.
All right, brother. We'll see you. Good night, everybody.
See you soon.
Yeah, see you.
The greening.
Okay, so we're down to 3.
Everybody ditched us.
Got Jeremy's tournament cats in the house
Hey, Jeremy.
saying pontoon Jody, yo.
Woohoo!
He said he's got a tournament tomorrow morning.
I hope you do good in it.
And yes, saying chicken livers and all the stink bait. If you can find backwater to fish, it could help. Yep. Yeah, and a lot of times that's where your channel cats are going to be. So Jeremy's tournament cats is saying, Jody, I need to ask you something.
Okay, go for it.
Melissa praying for Paula Smith. Definitely. Thank you very much.
Keep your four-legged honey over on the ditch. That away from me.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, so yeah, definitely these type of baits do definitely work better in slower water conditions.
Hi, Don Robinson, Melissa, and Pork Chop.
Don Robinson saying, I'm still here.
Oh, Jody, I know she's going to ask me if I mentioned it. You may get a message Sunday on her way back. Sandy wants to swing by if you ain't busy.
Okay. That'd be great.
We're going to be coming back through sometime. Should be Sunday afternoon.
You wanting to come to the house and visit, or you want to fish?
I ain't gonna be fishing. I'm gonna be fished out. I'm gonna be ready to go home, lay down in my bed.
Okay.
But I may get overruled with that. So I'm not gonna say that. Definitely. It's going to depend on how Saturday goes.
Yeah.
And it could go either way. If she don't catch anything, then she's gonna get the itch. If she catches too many, then she's gonna get the itch even worse. So I don't know. All I was told is she's like, well, we will be going back where Jody lives. I was like, messenger.
Yeah, definitely. I don't have anything Sunday. Friday I have a housewarming shower, and Saturday my girl graduates with her master's. But Sunday I'm open.
Sunday, we're leaving tomorrow. We're leaving in the morning, sometime 8 or 9 this morning, and we're gonna go on down. She wants to go down there and find a boat ramp, so we're not trying to find it Saturday morning.
Yeah.
And then I'll have to take her to go eat. For some woman, that woman thinks she's got to eat.
I can't read that, Stan. I can see you scaring me, but I can't see the words.
All right. He says, I got a tournament for YouTube coming up on Miss Becca Mudtramp's channel. And before I open it up to everyone to join, I want to know if you want a spot. It will be at nighttime. And he said it's a Friday. There was something else after. He said Friday and Saturday, I think is what he said.
Yes,
it'll be on
the date.
Friday and Saturday night in a few weeks.
Yeah. As long as it's not, I've already got some plans during Christmas to travel. But as long as it's not interfering with those, absolutely.
Melissa saying congrats to your daughter, Jody.
Well, thank you. She got her master's in 1 year.
Nice.
Yeah. I can read that.
So 1:15 out, almost 1:15 out there.
And I'm still driving.
And still driving.
You still in the parking lot?
You see, Travis wants to know if you're still in the parking lot.
Nope. I'm
My
on the BT
partner,
Parkway.
Jeremy is saying it'll be after Christmas and after the New Year. We're still working on the details.
Okay. And the best way to get hold of me, Van, is through Messenger, because my phone don't work all the time at home. So my Wi-Fi.
Yeah, I'll send it through Messenger.
Okay.
Wait and see what happens Sunday, what time then I can tell you what time we'll be coming through.
Okay.
So as everybody out there can see, tonight was the final week of the Flathead Challenge was last week. It was an awesome show. Had amazing numbers. So congratulations with that, Jody. Tonight was just kind of Jody's going to continue doing things on some Thursday nights, it sounds like. And it was just kind of watch Jody fish. We'll get together, talk about some catfishing. We had quite a panel up. We had Roger, Muskrat Adventures, Catfish and Crappie. We got Van. We had Danny Stone. So we had quite the conversation, answering questions. So again, if anybody's got any questions out there, feel free to ask them. Don Robinson saying Merry Christmas to all. Well, thank you very much. Merry Christmas to you too. I can't believe it's Christmas already again.
I don't even have my tree up or a present box.
Yeah, I know. Same here. Seems like last year we were done already by this point. This year,
we're pretty close.
Man, we haven't even started. Everything is so far behind. Been one of those years.
Yeah.
Jeremy's saying, all right, good luck tonight. Got to try to sleep an hour. He just feels like Christmas. Can't wait to get that tournament started tomorrow. Now, Jody, you said you like to fish at night. Do you change the daytime in the winter months, or you still keep fishing at night?
Yep.
Because I know what I'm noticing around here on the James is that the nighttime bite is slowing down quite a bit.
Yeah.
Stan 3 was out there tonight, like I said, and he didn't get a single bump.
Well, I've had bites. He caught 2, and I've had 1, and I just messed up and let it off. I tried to pull it under a couple poles, and I dipped the end of my pole down, and I guess it was enough to let it get off. So that was on me.
All right, Air Run is taking off. See you later, Air Run.
Bye.
Later, Ron.
And Kelly was up here tonight too.
Kelly, that's right. I've been sitting here. I'm like, who the heck else was? Kelly was up here. Yep, and he had to jump off so he could get up in the morning and do his
Zebra cake.
yeah, zebra cakes.
I still ain't had one yet.
Catfish with Cuss say, I'm done and I'm happy about it. Yeah, so I myself, we try to fish more of a daytime bite in the wintertime, the colder months, but you still will get some fish at night. Some of the other things that I do in the wintertime and dependent, but when those water temperatures really drop down and you're getting the water temperatures under 40, I'll downsize my baits.
Yeah.
But I'll still throw one out there. I'll still throw a big shad head out or whatever, but I'll downsize some of them just to see what happens. Because they definitely aren't eating as much, because with that water that cold. And there you go.
But this is what I'm using, so that might be my problem. I might have went too little.
You never know.
I mean, that's a big difference. I could fit in that thing's mouth. See?
Look at that. That's bait for your bait.
Goodness.
What kind of bait was the two fish that were caught?
They was blues on them small pieces.
Small pieces.
Yeah. I hate using small pieces.
Yeah, I know. I'm like that. I'm that donkey bait. Like I said, my favorite piece of bait, I don't care what it is.
Yeah.
Is the head piece. I'll cut a bluegill in half, and as long as the head piece is there, the big gizzard shad that we have, I'll use a head piece, like as big as that piece that you were showing there. Bigger than my hand, and that's what I love to use. That's always my favorite piece of bait is the head, no matter what it is.
I like the below the head, the gut piece.
The gut piece, yep.
Yeah.
That's what Green Machine. That's what he likes. That's his absolute favorite piece. So it works out good when we're fishing together because I'll take the head and then he takes the gut piece. And
there is a couple big pieces out there like that.
yeah, and
Just think of
yeah, that's good. I love having, as Epic says it, the donkey baits out there.
Yeah.
Because, let's face it, to an 80 or 90 pounder, that head is just a little piece.
Definitely.
Catfish Cause says, Jody put that whole hunk of piece out there.
I think there's one out there like that already.
Hey, Sebastian, how you doing? Says, I don't know why chicken livers work for me in the wintertime.
Well, I'm going to change up something if I don't start catching one. And I might start going during the day. I don't know. I just so used to going Thursday nights because I go right after I get off work because I don't work Fridays.
Well, you got a better chance of catching something tonight than I do, so.
Yeah.
That's one of the other things that Roger and I would talk about, and the absolute best time to go fishing whenever you can.
Yeah.
So if you like going fishing at nights and that's when you can go, you go.
Yeah. Somebody asked, said, well, why'd you go fishing today? And I said, because it's Thursday.
Yeah. That's right. The fish don't know when you, they don't care.
Yeah.
If the bait's in the right spot, they'll eat it. David Smith says, Jody, catch a fish. I have to get in bed.
Tell me about it. Yeah. Huh? It's right there.
Don Robinson saying, Jody needs to try hard ice fishing.
I ain't got none of that around here.
Have you ever ice fished before?
Mm-mm. No.
I used to love ice fishing. For those that don't know, we used to live on when Stan 3 was growing up, we raised him on, and my daughter, we lived on a lake in the Catskill Mountains in upstate New York. And by December, like that lake is frozen over by now. And we would have, you could drive your truck right out on there. We'd drive the quads, snowmobiles out on the lake. And, by the time January hits, you'd have 2 foot of water, 2 foot of ice. So you could drive tractor trailers out there with 2 foot. But
not this white boy.
we would actually build, you could build a bonfire right out there on the ice. That was a lot of fun. I loved ice fishing. But what we do at other times is we were right on the lake. So I would go set up the poles out there, the tip ups. What I would do for ice fishing is I would have the rod set up in a rod holder, and I would get the bait set up. I'd put it down there, and I had a rubber band around the. When I used mostly spinning rods then, and I'd have a rubber band around the handle. So I'd open the bait, get it set up at the bottom at the depth you want it. I open the handle, and I'd put the line in that rubber band, and I'd leave the bail open. And then I would tie an orange flag up on the line right at the tip of the pole. So we'd have them all set up. We'd go back in the house and sit there and drink coffee looking out the window, waiting for the rods to go down. We'd get a bite, and you throw your boots on, you go out there, catch the fish, come back in and drink more coffee. So
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, we used to have a blast doing that.
Yeah.
My friend and I actually caught my biggest largemouth bass like that. 9 pounds. It was over 9 pounds. So, and that's how we did it. Just like that. Of course, now I wouldn't be able to do it. It would take me about a half hour to get back out there by the time I walked back out to where it was at. But we used to have a lot of fun with that.
Good memories.
Yeah, oh yeah, without a doubt. And I used to bring I have one of those ground blinds for deer hunting. It fold up tent. You just pop it up, and it folds down to a circle. Actually, it's right over there. It folds down to a circle like that, but then you just pop it open and stake it down, and it's amazing the difference. It would be like 40 degrees below zero with the wind chill factor out on the lake. And you get one of them, you get that set up, and you get it staked to the ice. And it was just amazing how much difference it was in temperature.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I was telling Mark I saw up at Sportsman's Warehouse up in Indianapolis. They had one, it looked like 2 deer blinds that were stuck side by side. But it was red. The whole thing was red, but inside of it was black, and it was like quilted material.
Oh yeah.
And it popped up like a double bull blind, and a door on each end of it.
And that makes all the difference in the world.
Just have this one baby shelf that makes it warmer on the boat. It keeps the heater in.
Yeah, ice fishing is totally a lot of fun. Normally what you do for ice fishing is use tip ups. And tip ups are basically you drill a hole in the ice, and then you've got the wood, and it's screwed together. It's got a little wing nut. So if you unfold it like that into an X, And then it's got another piece of wood that goes straight down, and there's a reel with line on the bottom of it. And out of the wood that comes up and down is a thin piece of metal, a flag, like a spring. And so you get it all set up, and you lay that across, you put the X across the ice, and when the fish hits, it spins the reel, and it pops the flag, and the flag comes up. So they call it a tip up. Then you go running over to it, and you pick it up, and the spool is still spooling, and you yank it, pull it in by hand, and it's a lot of fun.
We had a hog trap like that over in the field. And
Uh-huh.
we couldn't tell if a hog was in it, but because we had a flag that raised up when the gate went down.
There you go. Same type of thing.
Yeah.
Thank you, Melissa. There's Green Machine Outdoors. So on the 18th, 9 a.m. on the 18th, it's going to be Double C.
Yeah.
Chris Parker, he's the one that also won. He won the first Uber Gauntlet, and he won the Iron Cap Monster Hunt. He's fishing in it. I got chose to fish in it. Stan 3 is fishing in it, and my goodness, I can't remember who the fourth person was that got picked. Bex is the first runner-up, so if anybody drops out, Bex from No Real Loss will be fishing on it, and that's on Green Machine Outdoors, Saturday the 18th at 9 a.m.
It's hot. That gun I hear. That heater is daggum hot. It got me on the monster hunt. Burnt me on the
Hey,
side.
did you ever fish with one of them shacks that had the hole inside the shack?
Yes. Yes, and that's actually what I used to do with the deer blind. You'd cut the hole and you'd put it around the hole.
Yeah.
And man, you could see, because it was a lot of the mountain lakes like that are clear. So you could see plumb down, 15 feet with inside that dark tent. You could see real good down into the hole. Well, yeah, have you done that before?
No, I wished I had. I'd like to do it.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. Usually with that, you're doing you're usually doing some jigging or something like that.
Right.
But it's a lot of fun.
Now the ones I've seen is when I drove up to the UP up in Michigan, Upper Peninsula, Wisconsin, up in there, and that you could actually see them during the summer. You drive around the lakes, and it looks like these little cabins sitting all over around the lakes.
Yep.
And what they do with those, and they look like they're like a little shed, like somebody to have in their backyard. And I'm like,
yep,
wow, them little sheds sitting around there. And then I went up there in the winter and I saw what they were. They dragged them sheds out on the ice, and they've got the hole in the floor that you fold the door open, then you put it over, you cut your hole.
Yep. Yeah, and they actually
grumpy old men.
Exactly, grumpy old men. Yep, and they slide them out there when the ice, and they'll leave them out there all winter.
Remember when he pushed that one plumb out, wasn't it?
Yeah. That was a really good movie. I like that movie.
And the other thing they've got up in that area that if you've never drove up there, what you don't know is everybody who's drove in town and drove around places, but you'll drive down to say your road everybody normally lives on, but out to the side of it, if you've got a fence, it's like 10, 20 yards away from the road. Like up here in Kentucky, they're all right up next to the road. And up there, they're like 20 yards away, and all of a sudden you'll see these little street signs. You'll see the big one up on the road, but then there's a little one down on the side of the road. Little stop signs, and I'm up there running through these areas, and a big truck going, what in the world is for that for? And I found out when I went back up during the winter, they're snowmobile street signs.
Yep.
They'll get snow and they don't have.
Yeah, in the wintertime, they'll use snowmobiles for their mode of transportation.
Yeah. Well, I always thought it was funny. The first thing I ever noticed when I went up there is every one of their fire hydrants has got like a 6 foot, 7 foot tall flag attached to it,
Yes.
bolted to it. And I'm like, what's the deal with all the flags? Can the guy in the fire truck can't find the fire? He's like, no, that's when the snow hits. They plow the roads, that's so they can dig this fire hydrants out. They know where they're at.
Yeah, well, it's two
Okay.
purposes. It's number one, yes, so they know where they're at, and number two, so the plow drivers know where they're at. And
Yeah, 'cause
end up hitting them.
yeah, 'cause if you ain't ever seen that, any of them up north clear snow, that's a sight all on its own.
I remember, like I said, we lived in the mountains in New York, so a lot of times with snow there, it got measured in feet, not inches.
Yeah.
I went to work the one morning. I got in to open the restaurant, I think by 5 o'clock. But by lunchtime, my car was buried in snow. We had at least 3 foot of snow, and I was out in that open parking lot, so the wind drift coming across there completely buried my car in snow. And that was in a matter of 5 hours, 6 hours.
I've been up to Canada where you're talking about a tractor trailer, your bottom of this driver's side window 10 foot off the ground. And you're driving down the interstate and you look out and it looks like the interstate is down.
Right.
Below the ground, but you're actually looking across the top of the snow.
Yeah, almost like a tunnel. Yeah, that's true.
Down there and every once in a while you see a flag sticking up out of the snow down the side of the interstate. And that's where a car's broke down and got buried by a snowplow.
Jody, we were getting a lot of that wind noise again. I just muted, so you're just going to have to unmute it whenever you gotta, or just give me the signal, I'll mute it for you.
Jody, quit blowing on the microphone.
Don Robinson saying mid-February to mid-March for burbot. Now I've always wanted to catch burbot. That's one of them wish list fish. They just look pretty awesome. They're supposed to be absolutely delicious, but I have not had the chance to catch one yet. That's one of those Midwestern fish out there.
I want an alligator gar.
They are fun to catch too, and they get monstrous.
Well, a buddy of mine gave me a recipe for one, and it's kind of similar. I remember it was Josh or Art did one with gar, that poor man lobster roll, and my buddy's recipe is kind of similar to that, a little bit different, but not by a whole lot. And I'm always itching to cook different things, and that's just one of them that I'd like to get a hold of and try it.
Yeah, Creel loves gar. He talks about that quite a bit. We have here in the James, we have spotted gar, long nose gar, and
we've got those in Ohio.
The biggest, the Virginia state record is I think 21 pounds or something like that. We managed to catch 18 pounds and change, like 18 and a half pounds in we got that in the net this summer. But that was huge. That was big. So I can't even imagine, you're hooking into some of those 100 plus 200 pound alligator gars. That's just crazy. And they're a lot like the sturgeon, prehistoric looking fish. And
that's 222, Stan.
Dang it, I said it.
I was going to say that I know somebody that caught a 200-pound fish, but I wasn't going to even give my chest an inclination to say the word.
I just happen to have the picture right here.
I'm already smoking, Stan. One reason I'm doing that is I don't feel like turning that light back on.
Yeah. So we still got 27 people out there watching. Thank everybody for coming in. It is 1:37. Imagine we're going to go to the 2 o'clock like we normally have been doing.
Unless Jody falls asleep.
Yeah.
No, she's eating. I don't know if she got any of that wind I was dealing with earlier today. Shoo.
Yeah, we had some pretty bad wind Monday night. Yeah, Monday night.
Oh, it rained here. I didn't know it rained as much as it did. Like I said, we went up fishing with J Dog and Tara. We were on their boat, and then Lee was up there with his wife Amy, Chad, and Dee, and Chris and Telly were up there, all up there Sunday. We got out of the river just as the rain started, and then Sunday night we took that run. I took my run down here, everything down through southern Kentucky, down 65 was well out of its banks, well out of its banks.
Oh, that's awesome, Don. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, that burbot, that's definitely an awesome looking fish. Oh. Just checking baits, Jody. Van Melissa says, "Are you in the truck?"
Right now, yep.
The boat's turned so much, I just thrown back out. I said the boat.
What?
The boat's turned so much that I was throwing back out.
Yep, I'm on my last run home.
Yeah, Jody definitely got some wind going there. But, you know, that's expected. It's fall. That's what happens this time of year. You're going to have more wind more times than not right now this time of year. And that wind, when it's chilly out, that wind makes a whole big difference. If you can do anything just to block the wind, stay out of it a little bit.
I don't know if it was like it was down here or if it was like it is up there. Did your all's leaves turn really quick and fall off like in a short span this year?
Yes, it certainly did. Yes.
I mean, usually by the time we go deer hunting, we got 2 or 3 weeks of the leaves changing, and it was like from one weekend to the next, they were green and brown, and then the next weekend they were gone.
Gone. Yep. Yeah, it didn't last long here. It was real quick like that too. Tinkerbell Vlog, how you doing out there? Saying, at about 2 Stan, V3, and Miss Jody, how you guys doing?
What's up, Tinkerbell?
We're doing good. Big shout out to Tinkerbell. Sharing our channels over there, so we appreciate that. Dan, yeah, you can. I can see if you send. I can. I just gotta have to put the screen like this, and I'll check it. But I can see it. So yeah, we've got chilly weather this week. It was only 40 here today, and it's in the low 30s, 20s, high 20s tonight. Matter of fact, let's see. It's actually here in beautiful Virginia. It's 25 degrees out there right now.
So we had a warm up today. We got up in the 60s today.
Really?
Yeah, just for one day though.
Yeah, we had the warm weather Sunday or Saturday was in the 70s, high 70s. Stand 3, his friends came down from New York. They went golfing Saturday. And then Sunday it got chilly, and now it's really cold. Going to be 40s during the day and 20s at night the rest of the week. All right, let me check this message real quick.
There goes my old truck.
What's that? Your old truck just passed you?
Yeah, my boss, he builds what they call gliders. It's Peterbilt. He builds them from the ground up. And the last one he built, I got to drive for a month. And the guy bugged me to death. And finally, he gave him a stupid price for it and bought it. And it just went past me. Looked like a candy cane.
That's funny. Let me see if I can do this here. That's awesome, Dan. Yep, Dan had sent me a picture of his latest creation. Trying to see. Trying to figure out how I can pull that picture up to show everybody.
I had an extra string large enough to know how to do it.
Yeah, I know you can't do it on the phone, but I got an idea. I'm just trying to. Figure this out real quick. Oh. Okay.
Figure it out.
Yep, there's PRM, Takedown Catfishing. How y'all doing? Good to see you. 34 people watching. Dan just sent me a picture of his latest creation. I just got to pull it up on my tablet now. Kevin Baker, how you doing? Good to see you. I think it might be. Let's see here.
Want to see my wind curtain homemade?
Yeah, let's see it.
You know how Palomaro's got that big fancy one?
Uh-huh.
Ta-da! I just clipped some to my Bimini top. It works. It takes the rain and the wind off of it. You just clip it like that for a sheet.
What a difference that'll make, right?
Yeah, it keeps you warm. Because the wind no longer hits you. Oh, nope. It must be kind of pretty bad. Yeah. What was the really handle there? For ground thing.
Yeah. Oh, we're
Well,
going.
that was the challenge.
Yeah, we're going to the beach now.
Uh-huh. So should we take that house? Anyway. So go on. Leave.
All right. Here is the picture that Dan just sent me. There's his latest creation.
Go big or go home. Yep. That's right.
And the big hand-forged hook there.
Mm-hmm. That's
There
nice.
we go. Good
Nice.
job, Dan. That looks awesome.
Kevin Baker, you're it. No tag back. Okay, Annette. Get some rest. Watch on the big screen. That's what I do a lot. I put it up on the big screen.
Yeah, it's amazing the difference that you can see, like from going to the phone, even just going from the phone to my tablet.
Mm-hmm.
It's amazing how much different the picture is. So if going from the phone to tablet to like a big screen, it,
Go better. That's what I heard.
okay, there we are. Oh, that's awesome, Dan. That's going Tim Molina. But awesome job, Dan, for your first time working with something like that with wood. That was really good. Exactly, Melissa. Yep. I hope everything goes well for Tim in the morning. Got a procedure. So any prayers or good thoughts in his way, greatly appreciated.
Which Tim? Tim Molina?
Yeah, he's got a procedure in the morning.
Oh.
That's why he jumped out of here a little bit ago, so we could try to get some sleep before. We got about 10 minutes to 2, 8 of.
Yeah, my surgery ain't till the end of the month.
And you've got your surgery coming at the end of the month. What if you don't mind me asking, what surgery you got going on?
What it is, everybody, if you ever been hit in the elbow, what everybody calls their funny bone, it's actually the channels of nerves that run down to your hand.
Yes.
It bends in your elbow.
Yep.
I've got scar tissue and arthritis built up around my nerve in that spot.
Okay.
And my last 3 years, my pinky's been numb for 3 years now. And it started to get worse. And when it gets really aggravated, I literally lose part of the grip in my hand. It's not muscle, it's control.
Right.
I went and had it checked. What they're going to do is cut on the inside of my elbow, move the nerve and clean that out. Or if it's too bad, they'll move that nerve to the inside of my elbow to where it's not riding in it anymore. But they won't know what they're actually going to do to it until they actually get in there.
Yeah, well, good luck with that. I wish you the best with that. I actually had to have surgery on my index finger. I used years and years and years and years ago. I worked in a factory, and I was taking one of the utility blades, the razor blade, and we had to cut out these big bags that came in with materials that we put into a vat, and it was a powdered material, and you had it up above the thing, so you put it up there and you cut a big circle in the bottom of it, fall out. Well, I went like that, and when I came back around, thunk, and I stuck that razor blade right into the bone while I spliced the nerve, and I lost all feeling, and they had to reattach the nerve, but they said, the reason for doing it is because when that nerve was cut like that, I had no feeling for grip on this half of the hand, and it was really so they had to end up doing that surgery. And nerves heal really, really slow. So I imagine that with the elbow, with your nerve going down to the hand, that's got to be horrible for driving.
Yeah, because it'll if I overuse it too much, I've actually literally had to hold the steering wheel, and I've had to take my right hand and pry my fingers open with my left hand off the steering wheel because I could. They were almost like they were locked. I had to pry them open. That's the reason I didn't get in with the bank tournament. We're having this bank tournament because if they get an opening, they're going to do it sooner. But right now, I'm just scheduled for the 30th, and I didn't get in for Chad's tournament, the Winter Blues, because if something goes wrong, I don't know. Which they're not expecting anything. Like I said,
right.
I still have the thing. I mean,
well, and you're gonna need some healing time too. So
yeah, I won't be able to. He told me no fishing for the month of January, no casting. They want me to take a week or two off from work. They're gonna have me in a brace. The biggest part of the healing process, other than the nerve, is gonna be the cut they make.
mm-hmm.
This will be about 3 inches long.
We'll see what's in the cracker jack.
But the biggest thing I hate, I don't like getting put under.
Cracker Jacks. I can't believe I haven't seen them recently. I can't believe they still make those. I hope it's still got the prize in the box.
Probably a piece of paper.
Yeah, they used to do some pretty good prizes. Now it's like a little comic or something.
Yeah. Yeah, we're all praying that you recover fast from it, Van.
What in the world do they got going on there?
Oh, prize inside. Okay.
I bet it's a virtual code to play a game online. Let me see. Let me see it.
They searching one.
I can't find it. Nope. Ooh, what is that? That was a big win.
What are you digging for your prize?
Listen, I love Cracker Jack, or I used to love them little prizes.
Let's see what it is. I bet it's a game code or something.
Maybe it's a cool tattoo.
Unlock a digital download. Yep. It's a piece of paper, and you go online and play something.
Tattoos, that's right.
How many of us in there remember when we used to get the Cracker Jacks wanting to get the decoder ring?
Yeah. Oh yeah, those big popcorn tins from Walmart. That's some pretty good popcorn in there.
How many kids used to go in there and say that they pennies up so they could go down to the local store and buy them a handful of Bazooka bubble gum so they could read the comics?
Yeah. I used to love that. We had a little store by my grandmother's house, Hess's Corner Store, and they had a whole little candy shelf there and had the bazookas, penny bazookas, and the Swedish fish, and those little candy ropes, and the candy necklace things, and man, you get about 50, 60 cents, you can get yourself a bag of candy.
My kids, they don't remember, but I remember when, especially out in where the town I live in, used to be really small. Then Toyota came in. Now it's exploded. But I remember out in the county, they had little country stores.
Mm-hmm.
And we'd be out helping somebody working tobacco or helping somebody with hay or something. And Dad would be out there and I'd go with them. And all I really did is most old farmers we had big igloo water coolers or whatever, and I'd fill up Tupperware cups and run everybody a glass of water. Then they'd go in there to do lunch, and there was Glasses Grocery. I still remember it. It was just right on the middle of a little three-way intersection. We go in there and get a big old thick bologna sandwich with tomato on it, and she would always hand me mine. She goes, "This one's yours," and I'd unwrap it, and there was always a little piece of bazooka bubble gum on top of my salmon.
Well, that's awesome. Well, Miss Jody, it's 2 a.m.
The wind's
Looks
got bad.
looks like you're the winner tonight.
Yep. Oh, yeah, our anchor finally stuck. Woo!
Yeah, it's got to be tough out there with this much wind with the pontoon boat and.
Yeah, it got pretty bad about 5 minutes ago. So we're either gonna check the weather, and if it's okay, we're gonna find a place at a wind. If not, we'll load up and go home. But the plan's to stay till morning.
I know if it's blowing anything like it was up here a few hours ago.
That's my curtain. That's a blanket. It's let off a lot. I hadn't muted it. But I thank you for helping me, Stan.
Not a problem.
Everybody for watching.
Melissa
Thanks for
said,
inviting me in.
nice seeing you out there, Jody. Well, not in the wind and cold, but just fishing is nice to see you.
Yeah. I may go somewhere. Well, I'll be with Kelly next Thursday. So you know that's a skunk.
That's funny. And Melissa, yeah, sorry to hear that. Melissa said every Christmas since the family grew up, her mom would give them all the popcorn tin, the kitchen towels, bath towels, tin of homemade fudge. I'm going to miss it this year. Yeah, prayers going out. I hope that it's tough. You lose the family members around the holidays. You especially have those memories, and just got to try to keep the good memories in your heart. And
Yeah, it's like my grandmother. Her favorite holiday was Christmas. She used to make Scrabble and what she called affinity and fudge, and she actually died on Christmas Eve.
oh my goodness. Well, what better night to make your way to heaven than Christmas Eve? That's yeah, and that's the way that we can remember our loved ones. They wouldn't want us to be they'd want us to be happy and remember the good times. So that's what I try to do. Oh my goodness, Jody, that wind is going out there.
That's what I'm saying. If it picked up like it was out here, earlier today I was probably grossing 50 to 60,000 pounds, and it was blowing me around on the road like a rag doll.
Yeah. I'm trying to ride the wind out if I can fishing so it doesn't blow me around driving.
That's right. Take down. Merry Christmas. Much love to everybody, Cat family. Dan, hope Dan's doing well, having, first year with that also. So hope everything's going well, Dan. And
Yeah, we're on those houses now.
Melissa's saying, don't fly away, Jody. Hang on.
Yeah,
all right.
I hope everybody has a good, safe, and happy and healthy holidays.
Well, thank you, Van. You too. Hope your surgery goes good.
If not, my wife will get paid pretty well.
Not good enough to put with that.
She'll be able to go buy that big catfish boat like she wants.
That's too funny. But so what is today? Thursday. So we'll have we'll have our 8 p.m. show tomorrow night. Saturday morning, you'll see me on the Walmart Bait Iron Cat Challenge. We'll probably be doing something early Sunday morning before the challenge starts. The Palmetto Cat, and we'll do our stand day probably early that day.
Yeah.
But, that's what we got going on. The next weekend, on the 18th, fishing in the Goober Gauntlet on Green Machine's channel. I can't wait for that.
I make him nervous, I can tell. Whenever he's on your channel and I started chat aggravating.
You aggravate Jody? Never.
No. David Smith says, all right, I have to call it a night. All I have to say is please don't forget on the Golden Whiskers. Best host for 2021. Good night, all. Thank you. Melissa say, much love, Stan, and Mrs. Stan, and all the Stan's family. See you soon. Yeah, love everybody out there. Everybody be safe. Jody, anything before we take off?
No, I just appreciate everybody tuning in and watching, and I'm out here fishing anyway. There'll be some nights I can't, the weather be too bad, and I'll just do a live stream from home, but it's just a place to hang out and have fun.
Exactly, and it's been a blast. Van, anything you want to add?
No. Just everybody that's out traveling through these holidays, be careful, be safe, give everybody space. I see it more than anybody that don't get in a hurry.
Exactly.
There's a lot of people out here like me are just trying to make it, just trying to do a job.
Yeah.
We would like to get home, and we would like for you to get home. Jody, you be safe getting in. I know that wind's whipping.
Yeah, I'll drive slow.
And as always, we're jumping out of here. Love each and every one of you out there. See you tomorrow night. See you Saturday morning. See you Sunday morning. See you Monday after that. See you Tuesday after that. Appreciate everybody being out there. Thanks for watching. Y'all have a great night. See you later.
Bye.